14th at 7:33 p.m. And I'll call this special board meeting to order, and we'll start with roll call.
Charles Blacklands.
Here.
Kevin Boyles.
Here.
Tom Hageland.
Here.
Ruth Nelson.
Here.
Jana Shogren.
Here.
Sarah Spear.
Here.
All present.
Great, we'll stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second?
Thank you. First from Director Sjogren, a second from Director Boyles. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. There's no public input as this is a special board meeting tonight. And we will go on with the interview of Mr. Karsten Anderson. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you very much. I'm thrilled to be here for a second time, and I've had a delightful day, so thank you for the opportunity to come back to Brainerd for the interview.
Wish we could have brought better weather with it, but.
Yeah, I think we all feel that way.
Okay, well, so again, we'll just, whoever would like to ask a question can go ahead. I can start. How would you think leading the Brainerd Public Schools would differ from your leadership in Red Wing? What would be the biggest challenge, and what are you most excited about?
The biggest change, I think, has to do with the size of the school district. Red Wing and Brainerd are very comparable in a lot of ways in the school district and the community. So the frameworks are similar. Brainerd has, a larger student population, larger staff. I really appreciate the support systems that Brainerd has administratively at the building and district levels. I'll give you one example. In Red Wing, we have a director of buildings, grounds, and technology, one person responsible for that. Here, understandably, because of the size of the district, there's a director of buildings and grounds as well as a director of technology. So those are some very simple things that differentiate Brainerd from Red Wing, is there's more support just because of the size of the district. And I want you to know I'm not saying there's too much support, but there's stronger support systems in those departments that would work with me as a superintendent in Brainerd. In terms of challenges, many of the challenges here are similar to other school districts across the state. There continue to be issues, throughout communities about various political decisions or political issues that are out there. I think that's impacting everyone across the country, and so that's a challenge here as well. Certainly there are financial issues that we need to be cognizant of in Brainerd, and that's partly caused because of just how state or how education is funded in the state. It's also a factor of declining enrollment, and other things like that. So, Brainerd, understandably, and I think you are already, but that's a big issue that needs to be addressed proactively, especially as ESSER funds start phasing out. We really need a solid plan so that we can protect as much in Brainerd as we possibly can. So that's one of the challenges. I think another challenge that I've really learned from the interviews today and some of the feedback that I've read is that Brainerd has done an outstanding job with the building project that was needed. There was great community support, and it's already making a difference for students in the community. But there's more than just buildings. There's developing or enhancing the educational planning that Brainerd will need to do, and that's needs to be a top priority because we want the best education possible for kids. We want to envision what we want our kids to have as they walk across the stage, and then do what we can to make that happen. So I think those are the biggest challenges. Opportunities are directly related to the challenges. And it's, I know it's been a tough few years in public education, especially with COVID, but it also gives us an opportunity to kind of rethink things and do some things differently. And so I think now's the time to do it, not just in Brainerd, but across, the country. Can we do some things differently that actually yield better results? So that's kind of a vague answer as far as opportunities. I'll expand just a little bit. I mean, Brainerd is perfectly situated in a beautiful part of the state with lots of outdoor opportunities. You have the high school with some great career pathway programming. You have strong elementary schools and a strong middle school. You have great leadership teams. What I heard from the leadership teams is that teachers and paras and others, they work extremely hard. They're passionate, dedicated people. One of the principals I knew from a previous position, and he told me that he thought that teachers and others in the other school district worked really hard, and they did. I was there. But he said Brainerd teachers are just unbelievably great workers. So it shows that people care about, the kids and the community, and, any superintendent would want to be part of that.
Carson, can you, last week and during the community interview process, you talked about the internships, the business internships. I think you mentioned like 60 to 80 of them in your district. Can you just expand on a little bit more on that, but how it came about and how you, I'm very intrigued by that, how you would go about getting that formulated and started here.
The idea of really focusing on workplace learning started with a woman named Barb Haley. She's a Republican from Red Wing in the representative, I'm sorry, I should say Representative Haley is from Red Wing, and she's in the Minnesota House of Representatives. So her child was going through our system and was really passionate about STEM education. So was Barb Haley. But we didn't offer that in terms of robotics and some of the other things that Red Wing and I know Brainerd have successful programs now. So she was an advocate for him going through the school. And we started a robotics program because of their efforts. We started exploring some other things. She started a nonprofit called Red Wing Works, and so we were starting to collaborate with her on that partnership to try to dream something different for Red Wing, and that kind of triggered the process. Now, she decided to run for Congress. She got in, and so she had to step away from Red Wing Works, but that really got the process going. Since then, the more that we talked about these kinds of efforts with people, the more we realized it was right for Red Wing, and I know the same happened in Brainerd as you develop those Bridges programs. Our emphasis has been strongly on getting kids out with community partners who are willing to take on kids for these real-life learning experiences. And, the more we do it, the more success we've had. So we started there, and then we realized it was going to be a point of emphasis, and so we included that as part of our educational plan, which morphed into the operating levy that was passed. And so we're able to hire a full-time flight paths coordinator, is what we call it, because we're the wingers. So it's flight paths, not career paths, but flight paths. And so he wakes up every day thinking about career internships and the related work around that. So he's the one who makes community connections, talks to employers, assigns kids, teaches them the OSHA 10 skills beforehand, some of the soft skills that we want our kids to possess when they go in the workplace. And then we have some really good demonstrated success that kind of, brings up other successes as well. So sorry, that's kind of a long answer to your question, but that's how it kind of evolved. Yeah, we're really proud of that work.
Yeah.
And the best part is that we were able to continue most of those internships even during COVID. We had to follow other rules, including workplace rules and school rules, but Mick Wendland was able to do that.
So Karsten, good answer. Lots of good things going on in Red Wing, sounds like. Sounds like you got a good thing going there. So why Brainerd? Why leave Red Wing?
And I mentioned this in some of the interviews, so I hope I don't sound like a broken record. But it's for, I've been in Red Wing this is my 11th year. I've enjoyed my time in Red Wing. Red Wing is a great place to live and work. But after 11 years of making decisions involving people and programs, it's just come to the point where a change is good for me, and I think it's good for the school board. And, that happens in leadership positions, especially in Minnesota schools. A typical superintendent stays in a particular district on average maybe 4 to 6 years, depending on the size of the district and some other factors. I've been blessed to be in Watertown Mayor for 10 years and now 11 years in Red Wing, but it's time. It's time for me to look at other possibilities. I have another year left in my contract. I'm very confident they would release me at the end of this year, but I've been selectively looking at different communities and school districts to see what might be out there. And Brainerd is right there. It fits all the criteria I'm looking for. It gives me more opportunities, and it gives me a chance to end my career in a great place, just like Red Wing.
Thank you.
When we think about a Brainerd graduate, someone who comes through our system and has experienced the education that's available here, what do we want them to look back and be able to say, I checked this box, I checked this box? What should they be able to do and say?
Well, I think it should be individualized. I want kids to create their own path. So, we, in the meantime, or, while they're in school, we want to provide them with the basic knowledge, being able to read and write, to problem solve issues and problems. We want them to be able to get along with one another. We want them to be productive people in our communities. But from my perspective, the most important thing is that we want to give them all the opportunities so that they can decide their own path after high school. And that could be joining the Air Force, like my son. He was prepared in order to do that. It might be going to a 4-year college or a 2-year college or becoming an entrepreneur, starting your own business. I don't want schools to define that for people. I want to give students the opportunity so when they walk across the stage that they can do any of those things that they want. So kind of that's the overall vision for me anyway.
Thank you.
So Kirsten, you probably have read up on our other candidates a little bit. It's natural to want to know who is in the running as well. And you're the only sitting superintendent that we're interviewing. And it's in a school district that's a bit smaller than ours. So when you think about, you have the skill set of a superintendent, how do you scale that to a district our size? What challenges or opportunities might you have ahead of you needing to scale those skills to our size district?
And by the way, I haven't read too much about the other candidates except to know that they are really good candidates that bring good skills and knowledge to the position. So I think you're going to make a good choice, regardless of who you choose tonight. I'm completely convinced of that. I have strengths and weaknesses. Every candidate does. Every person does. My skill set, as you kind of alluded to, is that I've had, experience as a superintendent. Much of the work is very similar from school to school, in particular when you're comparing Red Wing with Brainerd, in terms of the community, the school district, the passions. And so I think that is actually a good way to transfer You know, a lot of the skills or the work that I would do are relevant in Red Wing as it is in Brainerd. So I'm very confident in that. The biggest difference, I think, is in, you know, my previous school districts, including Red Wing, sometimes I would have to get into the weeds a lot. For example, you know, we have a human resources department of one person, you know, plus payroll. We only have one in Red Wing. So when our 19-year-old expert in HR left the district a couple of years ago, you know, we brought in a new person without any public school experience. And so I ended up having to step in and work with that person significantly, and still am, to kind of get caught up in order to take it off. She's fantastic, but it takes time. So one of the differences is that, you know, we have more support here, so you can have some of that transition and especially succession planning, so you can make that happen internally. That enables a superintendent to delegate more and to have a greater scan instead of digging into things like what I have to do in Red Wing. So I think the skill set will be very transferable. But as I said, I have strengths and I have weaknesses, just like the other candidates do.
Thank you.
Kirsten, can you share your thoughts on declining enrollment that we've experienced here? And I know you've talked about it some today, but how you would go about bringing potentially these students back to our district? And they left for various reasons, but how would you go about seeing what we can do to get them back?
The most important thing is to put greatest efforts into making the greatest school system that we can right here in Brainerd. You already have a great system, but to make it even better, and then to constantly communicate that out to everybody. And that means presentations to community service groups. It means during meetings to talk about the great things that we're doing here in Brainerd, to constantly get that message out. You have the facilities, you have the staff, and the programming. You know, you can just talk about it, and that will make a difference. I wish, and this isn't doable, and I get that, but I wish you could do for every new family what you did for me. You know, somehow take people around, show them the facilities, and have them meet people. Because the more you do that, the more convinced they're going to be that Brainerd is the right place for them, because you offer those things. So, you know, there are 6,000 kids here. You can't be doing that with every family that walks into the school district office, but you've made really good starts there. Your early childhood center, I think, is really well done with a very effective leader who's personable, and parents will want to drop off their kids. She was explaining how, for the first time because of COVID, the parents are dropping off the young kids. These are preschool kids and walking in the building, so she knows their names just because of that interaction, and that's what parents want. Parents want to drop off their kids to trusted people and to feel like they're going to be safe and have a great learning experience. So you need to keep pushing that. She also mentioned that all the early childhood screening is done in the building, and that's really good, because a screening brings people in from the whole district, regardless of where they might go to school at some point in the future, and that gives a great touch point so that people can experience what we have, or what Brainerd has to offer. And, you know, the more we can expose people about Brainerd Public Schools, the more we can get them in our buildings through community education program, early childhood screening, the better it is. We have a much better chance of keeping them. Tom's question, though, had to do how are we going to get some people back? Because, you know, they have made some choices for whatever reasons. And that's a tougher thing to really peel back. One thing that we'd need to know is to figure out why they've left, and then determine if there are certain things that they don't know about, or maybe that some things that have changed. And ideally, there could be some direct outreach to those families, but I know that's a very challenging task, when you have limited resources.
Carson, with the different curveballs that were thrown school districts over the last year and a half, the pandemic, side effects of that, like the masking issue, but also finances. How do you care for yourself outside of work?
Yeah, that's a great question that I don't think I've ever been asked before. So I've come a long way. I'm becoming better at having a good work-life balance. And my guess is that most educators, have experienced, working too much, and then that impacts your health, it impacts your personal life and those kinds of things. I've really been focused on doing that better. And it comes down to simple things like eating better, exercising more regularly, and that kind of thing. I have type 2 diabetes, and so, I follow a care plan that's really making a great difference for me. And I can really sense the district, or sense that in myself. And so I kind of follow, that kind of plan moving forward as far as eating and exercising, those kinds of things. And that's made a difference. I have passions too. First I love being with the kids, obviously. And so I love spending time with them. I love to walk and hike. I love to go boating. I don't kayak now, but the lakes around here, would obviously, could lead to that as well. So it's important to find those passions, and especially if they're exercise related, then it's really good. I've learned to love the arts, and I know that's an awkward way of saying it, but I guess I've always loved the arts, but especially since my fiance is director of Red Wing Arts. So I'm going to a lot of arts activities, gallery openings, the fall festival, plein air activities, and I really appreciate even more what people can learn from the arts. So that's one way that I also kind of help with that work-life balance, even though I'm voluntold to do many things along the way.
So, one of the things on your resume and that you've talked about is you've been pretty successful in passing referendums in the past. What knowledge have you gained during those processes that you'd bring here to Brainerd if we needed to do a referendum? And what different challenges do you see here?
Yeah, when I've been superintendent, we've passed more questions than we failed, but we failed some. And we learn a lot from those instances. What I've learned from that is the difference has always been community involvement every time. So it's community involvement in creating the educational plan or our priorities for the district, what we want to be. It's also community involvement or engagement in talking about whether we need an operating levy or a building levy referendum. And it's community involvement with sharing the message out to the community when a decision has been made to go for a vote. That's been the difference maker. We've had 1 year where an operating levy failed. The next year, because of that significant community involvement, we've passed it handily. But that's the difference. You need a great plan that's completely fed by the community and that's shared by the community throughout the process. So, and my understanding is that there's been no decision made about an operating levy in the future. As an incoming person, I was surprised that there's not a current operating levy. I think about 90% of the schools in Minnesota have one, and that, provides extra funding to provide services and programs for our kids. So I was surprised. I will say at the same time, though, I'm incredibly impressed with what Brainerd has been able to do even without that operating levy referendum. That tells me you're making good resource decisions and you're spending money on priorities. So certainly the timing of an election is important. The quality of the programming, the amount of community involvement will all be levers. if an operating levy would ever pass here. That takes time, it takes expertise, and most important, it takes a lot of passion from a lot of people. So that's the question that's probably better answered by, board members. Can we do those things in Brainerd and really allocate money from a referendum towards some great things, great additional things in Brainerd?
All right, so I'm going to build on Ruth's question a little bit, Karsten. So as we talk about what she asked you, and you answered, we talked a little bit about what you said was an educational plan. And I think if I was listening correctly during the community session, basically that's, you've created a great term for what we would normally refer to as a strategic plan. Is that correct?
Correct.
So given that, right, as it relates to, any ballot question that we would have to deal with in the future, in my own mind, and I think I speak for a lot of people, if not on the board, certainly in the community, that educational plan is a centerpiece that needs to not only be rock solid, executable, but it needs to be communicatable to the voters so that they understand we have a plan, we're following the plan, and that we're worth investing in.
Exactly.
Right? Would everybody agree with that?
You said it better than I did.
We'll get to a question in a second, right? My question is, you've spent, you're an expert on Brainerd. You've been here for 2 days now. I'd like to know if you can identify for us a handful of cornerstones that you think of as with what you know about our district now in that educational plan. Maybe it's something that's lacking. Maybe it's something you would want to build on. No parameters, just what are some cornerstones of your educational plan if you had to design one tonight?
If I could do anything I wanted?
Well, that's a later question, but sure.
Well, I will share my own thinking, but the last thing I would do is try to impose that thinking on another school district. But these are the things I'm really passionate about that I think would make a difference. Is that okay to start there? Yeah. So I'm a huge advocate for early childhood education. I think that has the biggest impact on educational outcomes long-term. Super important. My thinking is that every school district should be prepared in case the state and or federal governments start providing funding to provide that comprehensive program. Because when that happens, Brainerd wants to be first in line to make sure that we are providing that program. Because then more people will choose Brainerd compared to other places. The reason I talk about that is that both the state legislature has been talking about increasing funding for early childhood programming, probably doubtful, this time, at least not significantly. The federal government has also been talking about expanding early childhood programming funding. Right now, I think it's doubtful, but it's possible. At some point, I think the public and legislators will come to the conclusion that it's the right thing to do. And again, I think we should be positioned for it here in Brainerd. Another thing I'm passionate about is STEM education. My only concern with Brainerd is that I get the feeling from everyone I talk to is that you have really solid elementary programming. And, STEM programming is a different focus and a different emphasis. And so you'd want to be really careful about trying to weave that into Brainerd. But it's a great way of teaching kids how to solve problems. So it's more than just having a specials rotation or a project here and there. It's actually changing the way that people teach and learn because you're focused on problems, working together to solve those problems. Very challenging. I have never been in a school that has implemented that full scope of programming, but it's an interest of mine, probably because I'm a math and computer science background. That's one thing. I'm a big believer in making sure that our middle schools have ample opportunities to let kids explore, possible interests. And I know you're doing that in some of the elementary schools already, like at Lowell Elementary, and I'm really impressed with that. And I know the middle school has that as well, but you really want to reinforce that. consider some other schools to see what they're doing and see, what really would make sense in Brainerd. At the high school, I would further, you kind of want to reinforce a great thing. And I think your career pathway program is a great thing, so you want to constantly reinforce that. Consider adding more college credits into the high school programming. I know in Red Wing, we have about double the state average as far as kids taking rigorous courses, and those are college-level courses. One of the big things we do, my guess is that Brainerd does the same thing, but we have concurrent enrollment. So our teachers are authorized by a college, such as Central Lakes, to teach those classes in our high school. It's great because then the kids aren't choosing online, they're not doing PSEO full-time, those kinds of things. So I think it's better to invest in those because it's great for kids. And it's also great for the school district. And then I already talked about the internship opportunities. So those are kind of the academic things that I'm really passionate about. There are also all sorts of support systems that could be in place. I don't know enough about Brainerd to really be able to say, well, this is what we should consider or not. But I've heard it from principals and the directors, and I heard from the paraprofessionals today as far as those support systems. So we want to strengthen that, and that could mean staff development. It might be some staffing additions. It could be a variety of things, but I think we have to focus on that as well.
Thank you.
So of course, as a school district, we're all about the kids, and that's why we're here. So I am curious, we had some kids or some students and young people who invested a significant amount of time this week to get to know our candidates, and I want to know what you learned from our students and what that would mean for your tenure as a superintendent here.
Yeah. I was very impressed, first with the decision to involve students in the feedback process. Like you said, we're here about the students, so we should be hearing from students. That's really a good first step. There were about 30 students in the interview. They asked great questions, and these are kids from grades 5 through 12, so a nice variety of kids. They asked great questions. They would follow up if they weren't happy with my answer, and I really like that. Sometimes they'd come back, with additional questions. I heard some I didn't take notes, or categorize things, but there were definitely some common themes that came out. And they'd be very similar to common themes that I hear in Red Wing, and I know school boards are hearing across the state. One has to do with having a safe learning environment. I heard that consistently. There are questions about bullying, about vaping, about other issues that unfortunately we're all experiencing. There are also some really good questions about human rights, and kind of a variety of questions there. And I think that's really good because all of us should be advocating for student rights or human rights. And I was quite impressed with that. So those are the two themes that really came out crystal clear. So I learned a lot from that. So I'm sorry, the second part of your question, what would I do with that? And both are significant issues that need to be addressed. And really they're related because we want every child to have a safe environment. And if there is discrimination or harassment or bullying, related to sexual orientation or gender or the color of somebody's skin, we need to address it. And so it's important there to have really strong school policies, including a complaint reporting form and process, and then to make sure that people are following it. In Red Wing, we're planning to implement a program called Stop It Bullying. It's an app that goes on student cell phones if they want. If they have the app and they see an instance of bullying, they can get on their app and then report it right away. They don't have to wait and talk to their parents or a teacher or fill out a form 4 days later. They can do it right then. There's a service. By the way, it's provided by the state right now if you get in early enough for the grant. And, there's a service that will screen those kind of eliminate the ones that, are fake, and then also report the really urgent ones to 911 or another emergency provider, like if there's someone talking about suicide. Because apparently that happens, by using this app. So that's one way that we're doing it, and but really it's the process. We'd have to come up with a solid process and then make sure that people are following the process. In terms of human rights, it's really making sure that we have the policies and procedures in place, and making sure that every child who walks in the door feels safe and feels supported, that we care about them, that we want them to report things to us, and that we'll take action to resolve it. That doesn't mean that we're going to suspend kids here, suspend kids there, because research shows that isn't effective. But it might lead to other conversations, like through restorative circles, or something like that, where people can talk about those incidents, and then hopefully some change happens from there. So that's just a kind of a quick response to your question.
I know we've talked a little bit about just the last couple of years have been very difficult, and probably in most communities. And just thinking about our community and some of the divisions and that exist probably everywhere right now, how are you uniquely qualified to kind of lead us through this narrative that comes next, to kind of bring this community together as a team to rally around our district and our children towards a common goal?
Well, the key is, you said uniquely. And, I'm not sure how I could differentiate myself from the other candidates, because I don't know what they would bring to the table, but it's a good word to use. I'm a believer that everyone needs to be heard, including people who may have different viewpoints than me. And, if it's people who are more conservative or people who are more liberal, all those points need to be shared and they need to be considered. The problem, of course, as we all know, is that we can't please everyone with every decision we make, but I think we owe it to hear from people, to look at data, to make decisions about what we think is best for the students in our school district. So step one, to answer your question, is to accept that feedback, to accept the comments and the different perspectives. We're all different with different perspectives, and we're all part of a public school. We don't pick and choose, we're all part of it, and so we need to hear that. I hope that when I'm in a district that people don't know if I'm a Republican or a Democrat or moderate. That's my goal, because I want to be fair-minded. And I think that's really important, because there are good ideas coming from all sides. And, sometimes I'll take a more conservative stance, sometimes I'll take a more liberal stance. I don't want to ally myself with any one group, not only politically, but with anything, because I think it's important to keep an open mind and to look for compromise whenever possible. So I guess that's one thing that may make me a little bit different than some others. And I'm not saying the other candidates, just other people in general, is that I really try to keep an open mind and make decisions like that. In Red Wing, we've started kind of using a new framework. We kind of started it and then we pulled back, and so it's kind of a hit and miss right now. But I call it a decision-making framework. It's, and I think I have talked about this in at least one of the interview sessions, but it's based on something called the Racial Equity Analysis Protocol out of Louisville, Kentucky. And it's really looking at big decisions and looking at different questions about how that decision impacts people. For example, well, what is the decision we're making? What are the options? How will those options impact people that maybe aren't at the board table or in the superintendent's chair, but we need to look into that. What are the barriers that we can eliminate to make the decision more successful? From all viewpoints. The plan there is to share that document with some of the major decision makers when there's an issue that comes up, or at least ask those questions, so we can hear from people who are typically not heard at the table, so that we're trying to make a decision with all of that information. So that's one example. Another one, and quickly, I'm sorry I go on and on sometimes, but I mentioned this with the student group. What the students were doing there is very similar to something that our school board chair introduced in Red Wing, and that is a student school board. And we're modeling it after something that happened in Rochester, but we're inviting kids to be part of the, it's, anyone can sign up essentially, they just have to fill out the form and be willing to show up. And in that student school board meetings that will be regular, like every month, we're planning to talk about different school issues. And that will change, from meeting to meeting. It might be the dress code. It might be how are we working with kids who are bullied, whatever the topics are. And we'll hear what students are saying about how we can solve those problems. So in kind of a roundabout way, I think the key is to hear from all voices, as you're making decisions. And, including those who may not agree with previous decisions that have been made.
Carson, you mentioned a racial equity effort. What was the name of that again?
Racial Equity Analysis Protocol. Yeah, they call it REAP, R-E-A-P, and it was developed from Louisville Public Schools.
All right. You had also mentioned that your school or your district began that process, then you pulled back, and then you started up again. Why did you pull back?
Yeah, so I learned about the REAP program through a training session that I was participating in. And so I took that protocol, I took what the city of Red Wing was working on at the time, and tried to include everything in one document. And then, of course, I made some adjustments, just because of my own style or the school style. And so we have a working model. Informally, we use it administratively to make, to try to make the right recommendation to the school board. So we kind of do that informally. The next step in the process that we started was to reach out, like to all the foundations, to the service groups, to some school groups and, community groups on, a bigger issue. But then we had like issue after issue, and we were already soliciting feedback from parents in other ways. And I thought it was too much all at one time. And so I really value reaching out to those stakeholders, but we're already doing it in some other ways. And so I pulled back, but we're going to bring it back when we have a better chance of really using it well.
Kirsten, I want to go a little deeper on the discussion that, that Kevin had asked about your educational plan. I'm just going to assume that you have a process in developing with the stakeholders to come up with this educational plan or strategic plan. So let's assume we have that developed. How do you use that plan with your direct reports, your direct leadership team, so that we're successful in reaching our educational plan? And how do, what's your process? How do we hold each other accountable so that we stay on track and we reach these goals?
Yeah, so really your question has to do, let's suppose we have the plan, and then what are the next steps? It's been happening organically in Red Wing anyway. We have a one-page summary of that plan that lists the major priorities and then just some examples under each priority. And so if we're talking about adding a program or doing something different, we often refer to that one-sheet plan to make sure that it fits with that. It's so easy in education because we have so many passionate people, so many smart people with great ideas, that we have everything going on all the time, and we want to make sure that those things are meshing with the plan. So, that could just kind of happens. We don't have a formal process for making it happen, but, sometimes I'll come up with an idea and somebody calls me out on it, and vice versa, because we have to focus on that. That's the promise we made to the public. It's related to our operating levy, and so we really have to do that well. In addition to that, we do a really good job tracking our progress on those different priorities. So we have a one-page summary, and then we probably have, I'm guessing, maybe 60 to 80 pages of documents where we keep track of the things that we're doing related to each item. And it's good, first, because we want to share that with people if there are questions. It's actually even better for us internally, the administrators, because a year down the line, we'll try to think of, well, what did we do in this area? We look back at the document and we've done these 5 or 6 things. It's a good reminder for us of what we've done and what we were planning to do in the future. So that's kind of how we keep each other accountable, is it's kind of through that informal process. And I know that if, I'm sure, it's already happening, but you have a lot of things going on, and if you kept track more formally of all the things that you've done, I think the public, board members, the superintendent, all of us would be blown away, because a lot of stuff is happening all the time. It really comes down to a question of priorities and really focusing on those priorities.
I have kind of well, I don't know if it's a simple question, but it's something from the community when you were talking, and we were talking about staff being stressed and people being stressed and everything. And one of the things you said that you did in Red Ring was cut back on bureaucratic expectations on our teachers. So that sounds great, but can you give us like some specifics or how you did that? Because that can be pretty hard to do that.
Sure. I can give you some examples, and they're really, they'll feel like small examples, but even the small ones make a difference. So, for example, we were expecting all of our teachers to participate in a weekly professional learning community meeting. And they're worthwhile. There are good things discussed there. There are good decisions that are made. There are good plans moving forward. But during COVID, we realized 4 per month is too many. So we just scaled that back to 2 or 3 per month. And that freed up some time so that people could focus on other things. That maybe isn't really bureaucratic, but it's one way that we kind of cut back on some of that stuff. Administratively, my evaluations of principals have been more informal conversations this year, and then at the end of the year, I'll write up the one-page eval of my impressions and suggestions and those kinds of things. So instead of going through our really complicated software program to keep track of all that, I'm just doing it that way. We've also, this maybe isn't bureaucratic either, but we're really focusing more on virtual meetings, even though, we've kind of gone beyond the worst of COVID, just to save travel time, so we can get a lot of those stuff done, those things done administratively, and even the professional learning communities, we're doing some of that virtually just to save time that way. So those are some examples of ways that we've tried to reduce some of the workload. It isn't enough. I will tell you that. It isn't enough.
So it's interesting what you say there. I have a few questions that brings to mind. Is with the limited amount of training opportunities for our faculty and staff, there's certain things that become worrisome for me with that mindset. So it's important for me to ask some questions.
Oh, please do.
With that. As an example, something that I bring to the table as an American Indian individual is much different than a lot of different people, especially in the academic setting, especially when you sit me in a room for 2 hours and whatnot. But what's become a skill for me over the years is my ability to code switch in terms of how I communicate and how I interact, and ultimately being able to pace those around me. And my children, though, I'm concerned with is because they're still young and they're learning that piece, but they still have a lot of me and what that I'm that template for them in terms of how they interact with the process and how they learn through our household. So, but there's a lot of trainings out there as it relates to equity or learning aspects, say, even of the American Indian child. So in my mind, or in my experience, oftentimes it's that type of training that gets kicked down the road in terms of the can for other trainings that might have to do with curriculum or that type of thing. So how did you mitigate that if you're cutting trainings out?
Yeah, and we cut back on the professional learning communities. We had to cut back some training just because we weren't, one of the groups that we work with, Dr. Shraki Hawley's team, would not come, during the worst of COVID. And that's when we had some training planned. And so we actually changed that to next year. So we kind of adjusted it. And professional development hasn't significantly been changed in Red Wing because we really value its importance. We've adjusted it a little bit, but we're still going forward. And actually, some of that training, I know it's extra time, it's extra effort for our teachers, but I know they're going to see the benefits of it short-term and long-term. And so I think that's a good thing to continue doing. I almost always prefer in-person staff development whenever it's, makes sense to do so. I think it's more valuable. You can have the give and take, just like what we're having here that you aren't able to do virtually. So it's important to keep doing that and important to keep doing the staff development. We've really zeroed in on our priorities. So we are spending a lot of professional development on helping or supporting teachers with new Wonders 2020 curriculum in the elementary schools. So we're focused on that. District-wide, we're still focused on different equity-related staff developments. And the only thing, we've slowed down a little bit, but it's still a major thrust for us this year and into the future.
So over the last couple of interviews that we did, sort of the broad topic of the school as a business has come up.
Okay.
And if you pardon the pun, there are probably some schools of thought on that, right? So I'd like to hear a little bit more about yours, just given that phrase and what you would make out of that.
There are certain components of schools that are business-like, but we're different than a business. We're in the field of educating our kids, and it's a completely different skill set. It's a different belief system. Things are different. But within the school, there are logical business things that we should be doing. So, for example, planning. It's important to come up with good, I don't know if you want to call them business plans or, whatever you want to call it, as far as implementing different projects or programs. So in my mind, that's a business type process, is to come up with the implementation plan and then follow through with it. Some other business type things would be looking for efficiencies wherever you can. And that's our normal way of life in businesses and in most schools. And I know it's in Red Wing and Brainerd that happens. Always look for efficiencies. Because we want to provide a great product, the best possible product at the cheapest possible cost. And so that's kind of always in our thinking. I'll give you some examples. Just off the top of my head, we're considering an LED project for our district buildings. We have some money to do it, and I believe that that's the time to invest into things that will make our programs and services more efficient long term. So we're going to buy the LED lights now, pay it back over time, but we have the money now so we can save money later. There are another business decision that we made has nothing to do with kids directly, but We had some land that we had purchased in case there's a future expansion, and so we decided to rent the land out to a solar company that ended up putting 30 acres of solar gardens on our land. So we're saving on the energy costs and we're getting rent money. That's going to pay for the land over the next 20 years and save us a whole bunch of money in operations costs. So again, it's a business decision of saving money or generating more money. And so those are components, but we're different because, kids are not widgets. We aren't able to manufacture a kid, and we don't want to try to manufacture a kid. So the whole belief system behind it is different, but there are definitely those business aspects of it.
Thank you.
So we're nearing the end of our time. Does anyone have?
I do.
Okay.
What does successful diversity, equity, and inclusion look like? How will you involve our community?
I reviewed briefly the equity plan on the website. There's some really good definitions there of what equity is, because it's not a common term used. There are all sorts of varieties. The one definition I particularly liked had to do with educational equity, and it's the Brainerd's website says that it's providing access to and I don't recall it word for word, but providing access to all students, or making sure all students have access to resources, supports, programs, and those kinds of things. So that is, I think, a really strong definition of equity, because that's what we're about, is making sure that everyone can access it. There are a whole bunch of issues related, to how to make that happen. That, we could go on for hours and hours, I think, and I would learn a lot from Brainerd, and I think that people would learn a lot from me about that, but that's what equity means. In Red Wing, I'll give you an example. We get special funding from the state and from the federal government to provide programming for our Native American kids. And so we work with our APAC, or American Indian Parent Advisory Committee, routinely on that to hear what the parents want for their children in schools. And so we take that feedback seriously. Because of that feedback, we instituted a Native American literature class in the high school this year for the first year. Very successful. Kids enjoy it. Great authors, great literature reads. But, we've never seen those books on any of the other syllabi that we've had. It's kind of a new thing. Very effective. For next year, because of the parent feedback and our relationship with Prairie Island, we're starting a Dakota language and culture program for the first time. That was a big deal for a lot of people in the school district. We are sending our, again, based on that feedback, we send our new teachers to the Prairie Island buffalo pasture every year, except during COVID. But every year we have a nice presentation for them where they learn about Prairie Island, different traditions of our Native American friends and neighbors. So that's a good opportunity. And then they go out to the buffalo pasture because of the importance and significance of buffalo in Native American culture. So we're trying to expose our people as much as possible to all sorts of different equity-related activities. We've also done some work with some different artists, thanks to my fiance's connections. We brought in Peyton, the person who, his artwork is worldwide famous now. He's the one who drew the George Floyd painting in downtown Minneapolis that you saw on the Today Show and in news sources. He's the one who drew it. We invited him into Red Wing to work with our kids at the Alternative Learning Center. His specialty craft is called graffiti art. And I know that brings up some, assumptions about what could happen with it, but it's a brilliant art form. And so he worked with our kids in the ALC on just learning that particular style. We've also brought in Wing Huey, who shows photographs and hears perspectives from kids in a classroom that he helps teach. Again, that's kind of an equity-related piece. We even had a deal where we brought in an artist named Nerdy to come. Well, actually, Emily did at the Sheldon Theater, a great artist with a great message. But we made sure that our kids in the Native American Student Association and Black Student Union had the opportunity to go to that concert. It's those kinds of things. It's a lot of those interactions that will make a difference. And we get a lot of them from a lot of the ideas from community partners, but more importantly from the parent committee. So I know that was a long-winded answer, Charles, but I hope I gave you at least some examples.
Thank you.
When have you had to make a courageous or a really difficult decision? What does that look like for you? So maybe walk us through your story or how you manage your way through that personally and professionally.
Let's see. A lot of those, I won't talk about the budget reconciliation process, even though those are unbelievably challenging and impactful decisions. But a lot of those decisions are related to human resources, which is, when they're HR issues, they are affecting real people. And, sometimes there has to be some courageous decisions there. As a superintendent, unfortunately, I have to say no from time to time to good people, to good requests, but sometimes I have to say no. Sometimes when complaints come through, well, always we take them seriously and we investigate as appropriate, and those sometimes lead to nothing, sometimes lead to non-disciplinary action, and sometimes a disciplinary action. And there have been numerous decisions like that, that come across my desk or that I'm involved with, that take some courage to make those decisions because they impact people. But our goal is always try to do the right thing, and especially do the right thing for kids. And sometimes those decisions are the right thing to do. It's not easy for me. I don't enjoy doing any of that. But I've gone through the system, and I have enough years of experience so that I'm very confident in the process and confident in knowing that it's an important process to follow. So I have faith in that, and then the decisions result from there. And I really don't want to get into specifics because, people might be able to figure out who I'm talking about, those kinds of things. But it's kind of in a general sense, those are, HR decisions are almost always the toughest.
So, any other questions? We're kind of near the end of our time. We're all good? Okay, well, thank you, Carson. It's been a long day, and for you, and it's been great to get to know you a little better. It was fun out at dinner, and now we're going to go on to the next part of our process, which is deliberation. It's going to be hard because we've had 3 very good candidates. So thank you very much.
And I just want to thank you for the opportunity to come back. It's a great school district. You need to show it off as much as you can because great things are happening here. So thanks again. Appreciate it.
Thanks,
Thank
Carson.
you. Recess? Yeah, yes, I think we should take a recess before we start the deliberation. Does Patty need to be up here? Nope. Okay. So we're ready, we're ready to review the 3 candidates that we have and discuss them. And do you have a process that you want us to proceed, or just
We do
Okay.
have a process that we recommend. But before we get into that, we just want to say that, we've just been so impressed with everyone here throughout this process. You as a board,
Tell just now.
fumble throwing things around. But, all the different stakeholder groups, staff, students, community, all 3 days have just been, really, really, you can tell they care deeply about this place, deeply about the process, very respectful to the candidates. The candidates felt really welcomed and valued, and so it all says really, really great things about the district, so you can feel really good about that. The other thing we want to do is compliment this lady right here, Janet. She has been wonderful in the process. She's always a step ahead. And and Tim also filled in a little bit with, in Janet's absence, just some things too. So greatly appreciated on our part. The other night when we got together after this first round, we said, well, remember you're not hiring a superintendent tonight. Well, tonight you are. So it's very different feeling, but it is time. It is time to decide. And one of the goals we have always in any search we do is to give you a really difficult decision, because you have more than one great candidate. And we feel anyway that we put you in that position, and that's the position we want you to be in. And and it's, you have a lot of information about these candidates. You've got their multi-page application from, comes from our firm. You got their letter of application to the district, the resume, the proof of licensure, their graduate school transcripts, multiple reference letters on each candidate, the bio information that we shared with you, when we presented the slate. You also have obviously impressions and notes from the first round interviews with these 3 finalists. And now you've got feedback on each of them from nearly 100 participants in this process each day this week, between the students, staff, and community. So, and you've got your second round interview as well. So, frankly, you're not going to learn anymore. You're just not. I'm sure there's been plenty of Googling and whatever else in addition to all that, and which is great, and as it should be. It's certainly, we appreciate the fact that it's a tough decision in a lot of ways. It's also, it's important at this point, if at all possible, to make that decision tonight. And there are several reasons for that. I would say, 90, I don't remember the last board that weren't able to tell you the truth, in that after all this after all the process, I can only remember a couple in my 14 years that have, waited and made a decision at a later point. And that does present difficulties, frankly. Everything it presents are all negative, really, because you aren't going to learn anymore. But candidates are going to get nervous. They're gonna know they're having difficulty coming to closure, and they're going to feel that, and they may even drop out. We've seen it happen. We've seen it happen in other places where we're not involved. So that's a possibility. At least one of them is involved in another process right now, that's coming to closure soon. So you just never know. But that has a potential. You're going to get, I'm sure you've already been pressured certainly by individuals and probably by groups, and that's just going to increase. It just, the dynamic that occurs. And so, and then the community perception can be, well, who's making this decision? If it drags out, because everybody knows you're getting pressured. So, and it's so ideally, and hopefully, you can comfortably come to that decision where you can coalesce around one of these three really good candidates. And rarely does a board come to closure immediately because everybody's looking at the same candidate in terms of the one that makes the best choice, the best fit at this point in your evolution as a district. And once in a while it happens. I've seen it happen when all 6 or 7, are, hey, this is the way we want to go. Makes it easy, but that's usually not what happens. But typically what happens is the majority will want to go a certain way, and hopefully the kind of consensus, as we talked about earlier, is, well, it might not have been my first choice, but it's one I can clearly support and be comfortable with. And so that's ideally the way, and most of the time, that's the way they do turn out. So what we recommend at this point, it's in some ways similar to what we did the other night after the first round, but there's no reason to rank anybody, but and it's certainly totally non-binding, just for jumping off point for discussion and deliberation. But just to have each of you independently, knowing what you know now about all these candidates, just write down the name of the person that you think would be you believe would be the best one right now. And then we just kind of see where we're at, and go from there. So we have some fancy little pieces of paper for you to do that. So, and you don't need to put your name on it. And like I say, there's nothing binding. It's just a straw poll, if you will.
You can too.
And if it's 6-0 or 5-1 or whatever, we know we're, yeah.
Thank you.
I once had a board member, I remember one board member in one search that was so divided between two candidates, you put the first name of one and the last name of the other. No, don't do that. Don't do that.
If he says, go fish, I'm out of here.
Don't worry, Mike, he'll tell us.
Always the danger of a 6-member board. That's why we kind of like 7-member boards.
You're gonna earn your keep tonight.
So yeah, you're at this point in time clearly split on 2 candidates. 3 of you would go right now with Eric, and 3 of you would go with Heidi. And so, I guess it's clear to say it's down to those 2, but it's very unclear as to where you will end up. So, what we would recommend, and you're certainly free to do whatever you like, but as we talked about before, keeping things on the positive is always really wise, and that's not hard to do with these 2 candidates, that's for sure. So I would suggest you just start talking about those 2 candidates and the things you see that are positive about them, and deliberate back and forth on that, and eventually reach a point where maybe you have a clearer direction, if you will. We'll see what happens.
it's an interesting time or a situation for me, similar to some party candidates during a presidential race. You don't want to be overly nitpicky or aggressive with one, knowing that one of them will more than likely be our candidate. So I'm struggling with that a bit right now in terms of how upfront we are in this particular situation with, for say, some of my concerns. So are we to,
I think we just need to say the positive reasons why we like a specific candidate, I would guess, would be the best ways to be positive.
That's the way we
Yeah.
usually have you do it.
Yeah. They're two really good candidates. Really, really good candidates. I went through the profile and wrote an initial, and Karsten was a great candidate too. I went through, and the only one I couldn't remember if we talked at all about legislative networks and coalitions, which was our last one, so that's the only one I couldn't really grade them on, as far as who won each one. And that's kind of how I did it, because I was really struggling. Oh, who was my top choice? I mean, Eric would bring more students into this district, and he would be, I just think he knows how to get the students back. I mean, he basically said that, and he was very dynamic. Heidi was also very dynamic, and passionate about this district, and we know her, and we all love her, so they were both good. And when I ranked them, Eric got 7 and Heidi got 6. Anyway, I put Eric, so I'll start out and say that I picked Eric, even though, but I could be moved either way based on the discussion tonight.
I took a similar approach and went down the profile, and I too was one vote off, so to speak, the other direction.
Okay.
So when I looked at which candidate I thought best possessed each of the points.
Did
that
you
I
have
could.
anything for the politically astute?
I skipped that one as well, because I feel like we didn't maybe hit on that.
Yeah,
as
we missed that.
much.
Yeah, okay.
Or I didn't take good notes about that, maybe.
Well, I'll share. From the beginning, I thought Eric was very dynamic, and you know, I think he's the type of individual that could take us from where we are to what I have a vision of, and that's much more than what our district is today. I have a deep, tremendous respect for Heidi. Well respected in the community, certainly supportive. She bleeds blue. She's done a wonderful job, and I think she would certainly do a fine job in continuing to lead the district that she probably has been very involved with in the last 2 or 3 years with Lane being consumed with the building piece. But I think we have such a wonderful opportunity to really advance our district into something special, something different, and to really step out of the norm. And I think about it, and I appreciate Kevin bringing up the business question. I think about in the business and those companies that really advance, and very few go from good to great. Very, very few. And even like Eric said, there probably is only a couple of districts, if any, in the state of Minnesota or even in the country that could really be considered great. And I think we have an opportunity, especially after what this community has invested in our facilities, the $230 million investments that we have. And so I look at someone like Eric, who can be that visionary type person, and then paired with the strengths that Heidi brings to the table and her implementation and the respect that she has with the leadership team, and pairing those two together, I think we've got an opportunity to really be transformational and move in a really cool direction. Not to say that we can't make some intermediate advancements, and I'm sure that Heidi, if given some freedom, could do some wonderful things as well. But I just think that it's a rare dynamic to have someone that can come in and have this vision and get us there. Your point, Ruth, about getting our students back. He knows why they left. He knows why they left, and he knows what to do to try to get these people to get them back. He knows the strengths of the business community and how to pull that together. And of course, his focus and his academic programming that he talks about, all these things that really we need to do to market our district. Putting ads out is not going to get us to get these kids back. We've got our work cut out, and I think he knows how to do that. But beyond that, I just think that we just have this incredible opportunity to really advance. And boy, there's nothing more that I'd like to see as I eventually am off of this board, to see that I was a part of helping to build this team that allows us to transform into a really great district and really be that showcase out there. We became that showcase with our middle school when that was built in our buildings, but boy, we could be in shabby huts if we have strength in our programs and what we're delivering to our students and our community and the customer service side and that drive for excellence. And I just really think Eric we have a chance to get there. Otherwise, I'll just stop there. He provides us that chance. I'm not going to stop. I do have one other thing. So
I didn't take over his body, just so you know.
I love the fact that our community was involved. I would have to say that all the responses were very, very predictable to me on all three candidates, and depending on the group, they were very predictable to me. And one of the things that I also think with Eric that is alarming and concerning for some is accountability, because he looks at a strategic plan. We couldn't tell him today, what are our goals? As a board, we don't know. We had a strategic plan that we went through a pretty robust system back with Steve Rosidlo. Mm-hmm. And we had a really nice, first time I think, a really nice strategic plan. And after Steve moved on, that went by the wayside. And if anybody in the community said, well, what are your top 5 priorities? What is your, we don't have that. And we should, and I appreciated that with Heidi, that, that was one of the items, strategic plan. But we don't have it today, and that is how I think that can be scary for those that haven't been involved with strategic plans and accountability, but it's how you work together and advancing and moving us forward. And looking at a plan is, at this board level or at the director level is not enough. In our place of business, all the way down to our leads, every week they are reviewed on, did we meet our metric from the last week? Did you get done what you said you're going to do? And we've been able to advance. And I think that's what Eric can bring here. We just have such a wonderful opportunity. My concern would be, are we as a board, as staff and community, I think the community is ready. Are we as a board and staff ready for someone that could transform us into a much higher performing district? I know our community is ready for that. But that would be my only concern with bringing someone like Eric on board. I'll keep going if you guys want me to. Sarah, you better step in.
I will step in.
Cut me off.
For a minute. I went through and just kind of thought about what we wanted to see for a superintendent in the profile. And some of the things I think we saw from some of the candidates are even outside of this profile, but brought value. And looking at those, ranked Heidi as my number one as well. And the reason for that is I think the 26 years of investment that she's had in the relationships in this community, in the folks that we heard the feedback from, you could tell that they felt heart and soul that she would be genuine and committed to this district. And I think, and you alluded to this, Tom, that she's in a very difficult position, the position that she's in. It's not her leadership or her administration. And I do see in her the ideas and the desire to build a plan and to have accountability within the district in a way that maybe we're not seeing today or that could bring us to that next level. I think she would have a head start on that because she is so well loved within the district. I think it would be a little bit more of a challenge for somebody coming in, not to say that that couldn't happen, but I think it could go a number of different ways to bring that amount of change into a district. And I completely agree that, most folks run off of a strategic plan. There's accountability built in somewhere, and it feels good. It feels good to be held accountable to having high goals and achieving those and bringing the right level of support and challenge to that mix so that you're liberating people and empowering people. Because if that balance gets off, it could be disastrous. And I worry in the other direction, and I don't have that worry with Heidi. I think she would bring challenge, and she'd also bring support, and I think she'd bring ideas that we haven't yet seen. I think she has that within her reach.
Can I just ask a follow-up with that, sir? If she has these ideas, why haven't we heard of them?
I don't know that that's her place to bring those ideas to us. I don't know that that's her position or her role in the administration. I don't want to make excuses that the last couple of years have been very difficult, and I think her job probably hasn't been what it says on the description in a lot of ways. And I haven't been here long enough to understand if those ideas have been brought forward or haven't, but I see that within her. I mean, just from some of the work that we've done as a board, on some of the COVID plans and the finances, I see some thinking that leads in that direction. It gives me confidence.
She did answer that somewhat, that at the last interview when we talked to her about that, she
Yeah, when
Yeah.
I hit, yeah,
she didn't feel like she had the.
Yeah, but I mean, my expectation, and, we've got directors here, my expectation is certainly at that level, you don't wait for permission to bring forward your plans. You better be leading and driving at whatever level you're at. I mean, that's just my expectation. I would hope that the, leaders within my own business don't wait for me to provide permission, that you're hired to bring those ideas and that leadership forward at that level.
If that's an expectation that's been set, and I'll own it, I'm one of the newer members, but when the idea of where is our strategic plan got brought up, I'll admit I sat here and went, oh yeah, I'm new around here. Have I just not been shown that yet, or do we not have one?
Yeah.
And that's on us.
That's on us.
Mm-hmm. So to say that somebody didn't bring us something when we've, as a board, been complicit and not asking to have that conversation, set a direction, I don't know if I'm willing to push that back on an assistant superintendent.
I'm not trying to push it on Heidi, but that would be my expectation of all leadership, that you bring that forward. That's part of what you're responsible for.
Yep. If the culture is there, that if we've set the culture, that we expect that. And I'm new here.
You can't use that anymore.
Oh, sure I can.
Expired.
I don't have a teen
That
behind my
expired.
years of service, so.
One thing that I struggle with the analytics that we've gone off of in terms of providing our lens for what we need as a superintendent. And it's something that has taken 3 candidates for me to realize a bit of the error of those analytics, being the list of what we compare these candidates to. And I believe that error that we have is that we have not adequately included a way to weigh the amount of student-focused or student-centered school district that the candidate will provide. That needs to be number one for our school district. There's a lot of pieces that we're here to provide oversight for when it comes to the budget. I believe our community has done a good job at electing people that can help provide that oversight, which is our job, a part of our job description as the school board. I believe that Heidi, in her responses, most of her answers baked into her responses was the importance of our student. And we have that presence here tonight, where right now we have 2 students in our audience, and that's what we have to keep our focus on when we make this decision. Now, of course, a person that's going to have some financial chops is important, and that needs to be part of the analytics. But I don't believe that's more important than a person that's going to keep students at the focus, at the center of what we do as a school district. To quote one of our candidates, students are not widgets. We don't simply produce students. We encourage students, we educate students, we help them along. We're a business on some levels, but ultimately the student needs to come first. That's one piece. The other piece that for me in terms of the analytics is trust. That's one of the things I've struggled most over the last few nights is the whole idea of trust. All aspects of education comes down to trust. If you want a quick little, I guess, story, if you will, is the Indigenous student, part of the reason for their struggle today isn't the want to, isn't the ability, it's the trust. For dozens and even over 100 years of mistreatment, trust impacts that student today. We need to make sure that the trust is paramount to all aspects of our education, not just one item along the way. And with that, Heidi is a trusted entity. There's a lot of things that I had to raise an eyebrow to for all 3 of our candidates. The one thing I never questioned once is my trust for Heidi. And that's significant, especially when, and I just have to say this, that I'm struggling a lot with my trust for the other candidate. And I owe it to the people that voted me into office. I owe it to those 2 students over here that I need to be able to trust the person that we bring forward as our candidate. And right now, I can't do that. There's too many questions on the table. And I'm sorry to say that, but that's important that I say. Trust has to be paramount with this position. And right now, I can't get there with that candidate. He was given the opportunity to allow us to trust him yesterday. I wanted him to get there. I like him too. But he couldn't close that gap. And I struggled last night, and I struggled when I got up this morning. I was really hopeful that Karsten would be able to slam the door and take that concern off of my head. I don't know how I'm going to trust him. And is it wise for us to bring a candidate on board that already comes with a pre-made shroud of mistrust? I understand that I'm only building into that narrative by saying this from my board seat, but that's a legitimate concern, and I can't go off into the night with that concern in my back pocket. I want to hear tonight how I can trust him. I want to hear something that I missed, because right now I have some significant concerns about what went down. We talk about accountability. He needs to embody accountability right now. I agree, all of these things, to be a wise business manager, to be a fiscal agent, a wise fiscal agent of our school district is all important, but we need to be able to trust that person to do that. He needs to be accountable to us, the school board. And right now, before we even get out of the gate, I have some significant issues of trust and accountability. He's a wonderful man, and I struggled with, do we allow one misstep, potential misstep? One little red flag, do I allow that to torpedo a career? That's not my place to do that. I don't want to do that. But I don't know if we take that risk on the shoulders and put that risk on the shoulders of our students, on those two over there. It frustrates me that that's a concern that I have at this part of the process.
So Charles, is that, I don't know if you want to talk about that or, thank you, appreciate your passion. I mean, is that because of the, which I think he was asked in 3 different ways last night, yeah,
Yep.
you know, about that. And you know, as I understood and understand, you know, the opportunities that he was given when he was assistant superintendent to do the consulting work, and eventually that just became to be more and more and more. And I'm trying to understand what the error was, or where the mistrust came that he shared or didn't share. You know, within that, I you know, maybe I'm just too naive to think that he, you know, Minnetonka was doing a great job, and he had an opportunity to help with other districts. He was very loud and clear that if he came here and we're just doing an amazing job, and if Pillager came and said, "What are you guys doing?" he's going to share exactly what we're doing so they can be successful. So I'm what am I missing that because maybe I should not be as trusting. What am I missing?
Sure. One of the struggles that I had was during the questioning, which I thought my board members, fellow board members, did a wonderful job, and appropriately and respectfully asking those questions. I'm pleased with that. But I was frustrated that one of his responses was that, well, we can do a, what's it called?
Freedom of Information Act request.
We can do a Freedom of Information Act request to get the information. I don't want to hear that in the final interview of a person. I get it. I processed this. I've had wise counsel from my fellow board members, or some, 1, 2, appropriately. Maybe there's some legal reasons for that, right? Mm-hmm. Definitely. What I'm struggling with is then I would have, myself, probably would have consulted a lawyer in terms of what can I say to put a sitting board at ease about that. And I fell short of doing that, because I'm still concerned. I still don't understand what exactly happened. And maybe, and that's what I'm asking is, did I miss something? Because those dots aren't completely connected for me. So things are bouncing around in this 50-year-old head that is causing me to struggle. So that's, and it's unfair to put on you to win somebody over that way. And I'm not necessarily expecting you to do that, but that's where I'm at with my vote right now. It's hard for me to get there. It's not my job to prove that he's accountable or to prove that he's trustworthy. That should have been left on the table right here.
I tend to agree with you, Charles, and I have the same concerns and same feelings about his trustworthiness. And he's a great guy. He came very personable, very, lots of really good things about him. I couldn't get there. And thinking of the gravity of making this decision, the risk that is for this district is too great.
So fair enough. What I would say about the gravity is, and I know you didn't, I don't want to put words in your mouth. I think the one thing we can all agree on is that all 6 of us are fully aware of the gravity of this discussion and this decision. I don't think anybody's been sleeping deeply for at least the last 2 nights. But that sort of cuts both ways. And it's really interesting to watch the process that everybody goes through because everybody has a different process. And that's why there's a point where I stop trusting my own process and I start to try to listen and look. And I'm gonna hop into Tom's court here for a second on one thing. When we look at all the different stakeholder groups, very predictable. Very predictable. So to a certain extent, some of them don't have as much value as I wanted them to have. I was looking for outliers. I was looking for things to take me in an intellectual direction that I hadn't preconceived, right? Because we all start with preconceived notions. We all have bias. Bias is a human characteristic that's necessary for survival. Bias keeps you from playing with rattlesnakes. But you have to learn when to manage that bias. So trust is a bias. It can go too far. It cannot go far enough. So when I looked at the 13-point list that we had or whatever, I discounted it. I just went with the outliers that were in here, where something stuck up that wasn't like everybody else. And I pulled them aside and I looked at them and I said, why? Why does this person think differently than a room full of people that thinks the other way? And I tried to get into that head and try to understand what that is. So I went through that process, then I went through my own process, and then having hired dozens of people over the years, at some point, there's just a close your eyes and jump function to gifted people. They all come with inherent benefits and risks, period. I've been right more than I've been wrong, but I've been wrong. And when I'm wrong big a lot. So in the end, Heidi and Eric came down to an absolute coin flip for me. Period. 50-50 right down the middle. Both strong, both in very different ways. So what I had to do from an analytical perspective was step back from the people and take a look at the impact of the role and that person in the role as it relates to the work that we have in front of us over the next 1, 2, 3, 4 years. Beyond that, I'm no longer here. I'm done January 2025. But I'm adamant that I do my level best to make sure we make the best decision as a body tonight, period. So when I look through that lens, globally, what I'm forced to accept is that my bias that I own and that I actually am relying on right now is that status quo for this school district is not the best decision right now. And I do not mean to imply that Heidi would perpetuate the status quo in all things, because I know she wouldn't. The problem is I'm not in charge. I'm only an elected representative of a constituency outside these 4 walls. And a large percentage of that constituency, you know, she didn't earn it. She doesn't, you know, this COVID stuff created trust issues for people in the community. Now, you know Heidi well enough to know that most of that, if not all of that, is undeserved. And I'm right there with you. But the reality is that trust teeter-totter goes both ways. So if we put Heidi in there knowing that there is, you know, some layer of distrust in the community, there's going to be collateral damage as a result of that as we go forward in our efforts as a school district. Now, am I willing to live with that? Sure. But it needs to be accounted for, and we need to think about that in the big picture. Because the students, back to your point, Director Blacklance, are the ultimate benefactors or the people that are penalized as a result of some sort of experience. Because at the end of the day, students, yeah. In my mind, Charles, the student being the center of what we do is implied in everything we do. It's implied. Whether that's a budget or whether that is a hire, right? It's all with a mind towards the students. But who has the students most of the time? Their parents do. And what have we been fighting for the last year and a half? We've been fighting parents that feel disconnected from the school district, and that is a tug of war we can never win. And our administrators are on that line every day. Our teachers are on that line every day. And so to the extent that we can bring in somebody that can galvanize the community, the whole community, or a large percentage of the community, that was what flipped the coin for me. And that's why I wrote down Eric. But it is out of no disrespect for Heidi. Heidi is one of the most fantastic people I've ever worked with. She sat in a room for 2 hours with me and Tom. What more could you ask from somebody?
Brutal, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is not an easy decision. And again, I'm going to kind of steal from Tom because he talked first, so he got the benefit of being the smart guy. The idea of Eric and Heidi exhilarates me because she's going to bring the knowledge and the trust in the rank and file within this district from an administrative and hierarchy perspective forward with his ability to get out there and be a fresh face for the district, a new head coach, if you will, that people will buy tickets and show up to the games again. If we'd have just hired Mike Zimmer as defensive coordinator as our next head coach, nobody would buy tickets next year. Now they're selling out again. It's that same concept, right? There's a little bit of that freshness. Is there a risk? Yep, but there's always a risk. You never know. So that's, I guess, as far as I care to go with it at this point. But I appreciate your thoughts, and I respect them 100%. I just, as usual, we kind of come at things from a different angle, and that's why we work so well together.
I guess to counteract what you're saying, though, Kevin, I think that teeter-totter and that tug-of-war easily gets flipped the other way. You know, some of what I was seeing in the community is that maybe that teeter-totter is tipped, of trust is tipped toward Heidi when it comes to internal. You're saying the teeter-totter is the other way, you know, with external, so that's where the teeter-totter is. Where's the balance? And with the tug-of-war, yeah, there's been some tug-of-war with some people who have stepped up and been very vocal, but there are a lot of people that are supportive quietly. We all know that.
Well, I don't disagree. I mean, we all know when we're dealing with the loud voices, right?
I just think that there's a lot of stuff that's a wash with some of that. So, which isn't helpful. It
No, I
gets us
disagree.
right
So
back
let me
to
layer on top of that then.
balancing it out. But
Where I've had the greatest success as a person and as a professional is introducing a prudent level of disruption.
prudence, a great word in that sentence.
Prudence is in the eye of the beholder, unfortunately. The beholder in this case are the six of us. So regardless of which one of these candidates ends up on there, I think we kind of said it earlier as it relates to accepting some accountability, as it relates to the strategic plan or lack thereof. We need to understand that regardless, you're either bringing an unknown quantity from somewhere else that comes in with fresh ideas, and some will be good, some will be bad, some will translate to our community, some won't. But that's a laboratory, and experiments are where we get inventions. There's a difference between inventing and innovating. On the other side, you get stability and all those other things, but there's the risk of my 6 least favorite words in the lexicon of businesses and organizations, which is we've always done it this way. And for my part, again, you don't want to etch a sketch. You don't want to shake the whole thing and wipe it out and start over, right? You want to find those tangible anchor points upon which you can build strategies and whatever. But at the end of the day, with students as the focus, it's not going to be a popular thing to say. But I'm not here to be popular. I'm here to do what's best for the children and for the school district. I'm okay with some people being uncomfortable. Get comfortable with being uncomfortable. Uncomfortable is where growth comes from. Actually, I'm stealing from Eric now. Well, he stole from me yesterday, so I guess we're even. we got to find that balance somewhere. And like I said, I think Heidi will not be the same as Lane Larson. I think Heidi would be a very different leader than Lane would. But in the end, in my own mind, I've got somebody who has had some fairly significant leadership positions in some influential and decent-sized school districts. And we have Heidi, who's never been a site leader. And she's never directly managed with full accountability a full team of people.
But you're holding up as one of the basis of your argument as by having a significant role at another school district. That's the item that's coming into question for me. You're assuming that that's an equal place for us, or at least for me, and it's not. That's the issue. With Heidi, the whole idea of trust, I don't want to throw the word out trust and have it demeaned because of our conversation. The reality of trust when it came for Heidi with the community from where I sit was many or some in the community did not trust the decisions the school district was making because it didn't necessarily fit into the paradigm or the way of looking at the world that they had, right? A very subjective way of looking at things. And with that, then they equate that to trust. And that's okay, I get it. But Heidi, when we asked her, okay, Heidi, every 2 weeks with the analytics for COVID and why we're making these decisions, okay, prove it. Help us trust you. And she always came back with the data. Not just data that Tom and I came up with in the front seat of our car before we came in. She came up with data that was peer-reviewed data. And it's the same data that I would go off of and many of you went off of with making decisions. That's, to me, building trust. Now, politically or personally for some, that decision still wouldn't breed trust in them because that decision fit outside of what their particular box of perspective is. And that's okay. And that's something that's a whole nother discussion. But the trust that I'm talking about is a significant one where we actually sat here and asked the question, and I don't believe that he did an adequate job of that. And I don't need to talk more about that. That's just the reality. I'm not expecting the three of you to pull a rabbit out of your hat and all of a sudden put me at ease about this. This is something I'm never going to feel comfortable about unless we had more time. But the reality is we don't have more time, right? And that's where my struggle is. And that's where a little bit of my frustration lies. Not necessarily with the candidate. It's just process-wise. We don't have time anymore. The clock is ticking. We need to be able to get there and get there quick. And I don't have enough information to go on to alleviate my concerns.
Well, a couple quick things. One, I'm in full agreement with you that as a result of the prevailing, let's call it, divergent narratives as it relates to COVID and all things in the political arena that exist in our community, Heidi had the unenviable task of being the biweekly messenger, right? So as the proverbial messenger, all of the frustration and angst that people had based on what was or wasn't going on with masks and testing and metrics and all of those different things, she's the messenger, you shoot the messenger, right? I agree 100%. Now, let me pull Heidi back a bit and just put her back into the structure. Because this isn't about Heidi now, this is about the structure, which Heidi is part of. Mm-hmm. I submit that when we saw those metrics every 2 weeks, there were things that we could have been doing. Not necessarily as a board in this particular case, but certainly within there that would have introduced a little bit more nimbleness to and anticipatory behaviors towards what we could have expected as the case counts started to move around. For example, we kept using the county numbers for a time period after they became wholly irrelevant as a measurable statistics towards anything. Now, I'm not casting stones. Everybody is just making it up on the fly, and everybody has 14 jobs to do. I just use it as an example of where my head goes as it relates to strategic thinking versus, just keeping the machine going. Now, I know that's not that. I know that doesn't sway you in any way. That's not my intent. My intent is to clarify my own standpoint. Because again, I'm not against Heidi at all. And if for some reason something flips at this table and Heidi's the next superintendent, I'm behind her 1,000%.
So one of the strengths I'm hearing from some folks about Eric is innovation and the ability to come in and do things differently. And I don't disagree with that. I saw those skills. I don't want to diminish the possibility that Heidi could do something really similar. I think that you know, again, when it goes back to strategic plan, I think with a strong strategic plan in place, if this body, along with our community and our directors and our principals and our new superintendent, set some good solid direction, I have no doubt that Heidi, because she knows this district already, what Eric wanted, his wish was a head start. Heidi's got it. Heidi's already got that. So you give her the strong strategic plan, one of the strongest boards I think we've had, and that's, I'm hearing from, you know, Lane and other people, I've heard from our consultants. You know, I think we're in a really good position. You leverage what Heidi brings to the table with a strong direction from this board and our community. And models exist. I think Eric has a great track record, but just because he's done it in Minnetonka doesn't mean it's transferable to Brainerd automatically. Heidi knows Brainerd, so let's talk about what we want in Brainerd, and let's let somebody who knows us build what it looks like in Brainerd, not bring us, and I'm not saying he'd pick up what he did in Minnetonka and bring it here, but let's build it ourselves together, not expect someone else to bring it to us.
And I think one of the greatest assets we have in this district is the teachers and the educators and the folks that are devoted to that. And I think they are devoted to Heidi as a leader. And I think if we're going to quote Collins, you know, most of making something happen is 1% vision and 99% alignment. And if you're moving an entire district in a new direction with a new leader, with new ideas, not that you can't get those folks on board, but it's a very different environment. It's a very different kind of risk than if you have Heidi leading that charge.
You know, it's interesting. I must be in a different world. And again, this is nothing against Heidi, but the phone calls, the contacts, the emails that I get from our community and from our staff that is looking for new outside leadership. Maybe I'm the only one that get those. Certainly she's done a wonderful job in earning respect. She's a loving person, a caring person. But I go back to the as a number 2 in command should be advancing where we are, and I won't accept COVID as an excuse or reason why we can't, because there's tons of businesses, tons of organizations that have advanced during COVID. The other thing that is and Kevin, I appreciate you bringing this up. We know that we're in the business of educating students. We know that. So for anybody to think that, well, this person is a greater advocate than the next, you wouldn't be involved. You wouldn't be on this board if we weren't trying to do that. But equally as important is our staff and our community. And I think our community is looking, they want a return on the investment that they've made. We asked our taxpayers to pay a lot more for the next 20, 30 years for the facilities. And there's a lot of dialogue about, and we want to go back to them in a few years, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, whatever it might be, for an operating levy. And to Kevin's point, it's the parents that they're the ones making the decisions. They're the ones that are paying for our taxes. And again, maybe I'm in a different world altogether, but boy, I tell you, the people that I come in contact with in that business community that's out here, they're looking for transformation. They want a return on their investment. And if we just continue, and again, this is nothing against Heidi, if we continue down a similar path, I think it's going to be a challenge. Are we going to go backwards? No. Are we going to advance? Yes. Are we going to make transformational change? I don't believe so. We have an opportunity to. And I'm not, Charles, I have deep respect for you, and I'm not going to try to convince you well, you should just trust, just trust Eric. I have zero concerns about that. In fact, I admire the fact that he sat in that seat while 3 board members, rightfully so, asked some very good questions. And he looked each and every one of you in the eye with his response. And he would do it all over again. He's going to go back. He would do that same thing. Yep, it ended up hurting him perhaps in the end, especially if that's what is the reason why he wouldn't be offered a position here or anyplace else. He probably wouldn't do that. But he was doing what he felt was helping other districts, which is helping the students. So
That's one of the, when he earned my trust, is what he said, that he would share what we were doing with Pillage.
Absolutely.
I mean, how amazing is that to say that?
Yeah.
Just one more tiny layer, I'm sorry. In the end, I can't help but think that the seed of doubt, right, that was allowed to grow was essentially initiated by one random email. Mm-hmm. One, with nothing substantive in there, other than you really should reach out to the superintendent. He's eager to talk to you. I reached out to him. I got squat.
I think you're giving that email too much credit,
Yeah.
though. It was right on the application for me. No, I'm telling you, because that wasn't the email for me. It was the spot on the application that says, have you ever da-da-da-da-da resigned or been asked to resign, or however that question's worded, yes, and here are the circumstances. And then looking into it and finding out that resignation happened in a closed session. Why does a resignation need to happen in a closed session? And maybe that's
Yeah.
from a search firm
Or what I would
perspective.
say,
I don't
having
know
been part of-
why aren't we, then why wouldn't he bring us the minutes then of the closed session?
Right, but
You're allowed to, you're the
Charles
candidate who
alluded
it's
to
about.
this. Here's the issue. I've been on both ends of severance packages. I've fired a lot of people. I've been fired, downsized. I wasn't doing anything wrong.
So you say.
Yeah. So what happens in those cases is you're either under contract or you sign a contract at the time that you're given a severance package, which creates very specific limitations on what you're allowed to say and what you're not allowed to say.
On both sides.
Yeah.
Correct. Which is, I imagine, why Dr. Peterson in Minnetonka didn't say anything. And then I suspect that was probably monumentally frustrating for Eric because he felt like he was trying to defend his honor with one hand tied behind his back, which is one way to look at it.
Yeah, and I just bring that up because it wasn't one
Fair
email
enough.
for me, so I don't want to minimize that
retract
for
the
people
inference that was maybe there.
because that wasn't
I
for
just
me.
know, there's a tactic, there's a group of people in the world that uses that as a tactic to come by and they just throw a little, thing out there and then you're just like, it's always following you around and then it grows and it grows and it grows. And I was concerned that might be true, so fair enough.
Can I reference something that occurred in the tour? Am I able to share that with the board? Can I share something with the board that occurred on our tour of the schools?
Sure, I mean,
So one of my
nothing
concerns.
private about it.
So one of the concerns that's bouncing around in my head is, I needed him to tell me more. Whether he can or can't, I guess that's immaterial to me because still I don't have the answers that I need. That's not necessarily his fault. That's part of the situation, right? So, but one of the dots that I'm struggling to connect is, correct me if I'm wrong, but part of the issue was he was consulting and he was working with and helping school districts outside of his district, correct?
Correct.
That was the issue, right? So Ruth, I'm not going to put you on the spot and ask if you remember this, but you're in the car. I made a reference to a school, to a place not too far away where their buses come into our school district, right? And he was very clear that there's a code there with, that's my word, I guess. There's a standard procedure, at least down in the cities, with how you handle and respect those districts. And that there's a certain way that you handle with what's in your school district. You don't poach, you don't cross those lines unless there's some sort of an agreement, I guess, and whatnot. But to me then, for him to come and tell me that or to learn when he shared that part of the reason he got in trouble was he was then, as a part of his job, doing that very thing that he chastised this other school district in doing, which is crossing into other school districts.
They
well,
were
can I-
very, very different things.
Can I flip that for you though?
No, I'm not done.
Oh, okay.
The reality is, that's a concern for me in terms of inconsistency. That would have been a good time for him maybe to tie that together for me. Because for me, that doesn't help in this whole array of concern that I have. And I'm just throwing out one more tidbit of concern that I have. And that put me in a tough place where, unless I was thinking the right question at the right time, I wasn't able to turn around and ask him to connect those dots for me, because if you recall, we were right at the end of our time. So now, do we need to grill him and fry him for that? No. But it's that type of thing that is, again, raising concerns in my head. There's some inconsistency there that's in my head. Might not be for yours, and I'm assuming you're going to tell me that it's not there, and you're probably going to tell me why it's not there, and that's great. But
There isn't any inconsistency there, Charles,
but
because
for
in
me,
the
there is.
cities, the buses don't cross over lines to pick up others. And that's more, he was willing to share with Pillager what works. He wasn't, but Pillager is actually bringing their buses into our district to take kids that should, we hope, go to Brainerd out to make it easier for them. It's totally,
Recruiting kids from another district to your district could be classified as poaching. What Pillager does to us is aggravated poaching by bringing buses into our district, right? Now, this is an eye of the beholder kind of thing. Eric shared with us, and I believe this would be an extremely easy statistic to verify. 38% of Minnetonka school districts' entire enrollment is essentially poached from the neighboring school districts. So who's the poacher and who's the poachee? So that's question one. Question two, we didn't really grill Eric on the extent or the actual capacity in which he was consulting with these school districts. It may have had nothing to do directly with enrollment or strategies around enrollment or strategies around gathering those students back from Minnetonka to Edina or wherever he was talking to, right? We don't really know the answer to that question. Let's say for the sake of argument that he wasn't doing that. Well, then it's sort of irrelevant. It just means that his superintendent in his district probably got extraordinarily aggravated that he was consulting in any fashion legally under his contract with the district, and thus acrimony and bad relationships ensued. Let's say for the sake of argument that he was consulting on how to get those students back. Once again, permitted under his contract, hardly Eric's fault if full disclosure was involved. So I guess I'm kind of where Ruth is at. I mean, I don't see the same issue there without knowing a little more about the extent of what Eric may or may not have done. But to classify Minnetonka as the innocent victim in the whole thing and I'm not saying you did that. I'm saying is far from the truth. I suspect they're very, very, very aggressive about going after students from other districts. Otherwise they wouldn't have, because Pillager, same thing. What is it, 30-some% of their enrollment comes from neighboring school districts. Staples Motley, because it's too spread out, and the kids that live where I grew up don't want to go all the way to Staples. Right. And of course, the issue that we have with them bringing foreign shell bus services all the way into our district to pick up right by my house.
And where did we learn that 23 to 30% of the students from Minnetonka?
From Eric, but that's verifiable, right?
Okay, sure. But the point, and as to why I brought that up was, Eric was appalled that the school district could come in and potentially poach our students. He said that simply is
Well,
not.
to Ruth's point, they're sending buses in. It's a different ballgame.
I feel like we're getting a little off.
yeah, we are getting a little off track. And,
I think it was a really good suggestion to focus on the positive as much as possible, but I also respect Charles for bringing, that's a fair thing to bring up, but I feel like I don't know that we should get stuck on debating whether or not we trust Eric. We should be talking about the merits of, and it's fair, but I'm a little worried that we're stuck. No one's gonna win or lose that debate about the trust.
If you're comfortable, I'd like to just interject a thought here. I think as a firm, we let you down on this issue, and I feel bad about that. Because whenever we bring candidates to you that have something in their past that could become an issue we worked very hard to get in front of it. And we failed you on that in this instance. And I don't feel good about that at all. And we own that. But, and I'm not speaking on behalf of any candidate now, I'm only speaking on behalf of this issue and what we should have done ahead of time had we known or perceptive enough to see where it was going to go. I'll just give my personal experience because I think it will help shed light on it. I was a superintendent in a neighboring district. I know the superintendent who's now retiring on Otago very well. He's a friend of mine, professional colleague, professional friend. I have a ton of respect for him. I think it's a mutual feeling. He's not the typical superintendent. I mean, we're all competitive, but he is competitive to a degree that you rarely see. And the scorecard of that competitiveness is certainly excellence, test scores, and so on. But perhaps the biggest scorecard is how many kids can we draw here from other districts? There's no question about that. I live that. I live that. We did okay. But some of the other districts, they lost a lot. And one of them was the district where this candidate was doing consulting under the auspices of his contract that the superintendent wrote, but it ended up, everything we know about it, it ended up possibly compromising how many students they were getting from that district, which was like 1,000. And I know the situation well enough to know that would be reason, that would cause a huge issue, a huge issue. So I just wanted to clarify, I wanted to say we feel bad about not being in front of it, in the front end, not the back end. But everything we know and everything I know from my personal experience says that's the story. That's the story. That's all.
And he was there for 9 years, and then he was several other districts for long periods of time with no issues.
So if, I'm happy to move on from that.
okay.
That definitely was probably a small tidbit of my concern.
But
if I could share a positive, and not related to that particular item at all, is one thing that I've struggled with as well in looking at the candidates is the reality of the last 3 years. If you ask Heidi where she's been for the last 3 years, she's been in those trenches. When I go up to Heidi, or when I went on the tour with Heidi, students would come up to her. Students knew her. Faculty and staff would giggle or squeal when they saw her, which is fun to see. And admittedly, the other two candidates didn't have that benefit. And I believe that, and I understand that. But Heidi, from where I sit, when I look at the last 3 years, she's been experiencing what it means to be an educator through one of the largest pandemics we've had in the history of this country. And the impact that it's had on education, including our system, is significant. But she's been right there working to figure it out. She's very weathered and very experienced when it came to that. When I look at the other candidate, where that person has been for the last 3 years, he's been in the private sector. Assuming that not necessarily working closely with students. And for me, that's where my bias comes in, is students. So for me, that's a significant piece for me, is Heidi's been right here, working as an educator, surging forward through the pandemic. That, you're right, we can't put too much weight on that, I get that. But also experiencing what education is in America over the last year and a half to 2 years. And the other candidate that we're having to weigh her against wasn't in academia. He was in the private sector serving academia. But that's a tough jump for me to make. Shows that he could probably run the books, and I like that, because that's important too, and I value that. But in terms of meeting the needs of our students, the candidates that we have left, it's Heidi that can do that, I believe. She's demonstrated it. She's been doing it for those last 3 years, when the other one has been completely out of the academic game, or at least for public academics.
Sheriff, I think you're spot on. I think, you know, Heidi did an amazing job. She's very, very well connected. And you can't take that away from her. You're spot on with that. And that's why I keep thinking of this dynamic duo, this ability to have someone like Eric, to have that vision, to command the ship, to move us so much further than where we are. And again, paired up with Heidi, that is the implementer, that has those connections with the children. I also know that it was incredibly difficult too. There was a question that's been asked, and I think you asked the candidate tonight, and I didn't understand, and I don't understand yet why the question is asked, and it has something to do with your health. How do you balance your health, or something like that with? And I'm like, if you're going to be a superintendent, you better know what you're up for. You've got to have your life balance. You've got to know what you're going to do, so you can be a strong leader in the good times and in the bad times. And I think about the COVID times that Heidi did such an amazing job, because she was willing to take those calls from the parents or the students or the staff and be there, and help through. But I think, we also lost a lot and from the community, again, in my viewpoint, because we let that drag us down. We're in a financial crisis right now because we lost students for decisions that we made as a board for various reasons. So I totally agree with your analysis with Heidi and how she's really helped, and she was in the trenches on COVID, in the trenches, to the point where I almost begged her and Angie, don't give me a 15-page document anymore, just 3, because they put so much work into it, and they had the data, and they carried that out. And frankly, I don't even feel that, they were the messengers, and I never felt, they were doing a great job with that. I think, the sights needed to be on the superintendent, but more so this board. This is the board that made the decisions, whether it's mask mandate or what the criteria is or releasing. We're the ones that need to take that, not Heidi or Angie or anybody else. Because this is the board that made a decision and recognizing what the impacts are going to be, negative or positive. And then it was simply carried out. But I totally agree with what you're saying. But I also know it was a stressful time for her and others. And, as a leader, it's like where I kind of go back earlier, you're signing up to be the superintendent. You don't have time to cave out. You've got to keep, you're the captain of the ship. You've got to be driving us every day in the good times and in bad times. Pandemic was tough. It was tough on the district. I can tell you it was incredibly tough and difficult in the private sector too, and in businesses too. I hear a lot about the stresses of staff. You was. Tried being a police officer in the last couple of years.
Nurse.
Huh?
You're a nurse.
Or a nurse.
So to provide some quick context to my question about the self-care, and I don't take offense to that at all. I welcome an opportunity to provide that context, is the research would tell us, or does tell us, but also just experienced educators share with us as well, that the mental health for our students have been significant over the last number of years. It's always been significant, but it's definitely come to a head. And fortunately, it's come to the forefront of our site as decision makers of the importance of the mental health well-being of our students. As a leader of people, myself, in a professional role where I lead people, I've also come to understand that the mental health well-being of the professional is equally as important as well, and plays a significant, or can play a significant role in terms of the efficiency and the effectiveness of a person in their professional role. It's a very important question, I felt, that we hear from the candidate at how they care for themselves in a very much pressure cooker type role. So that's the context as to why I asked that question.
Yeah, and that helps me. It exemplifies and goes back to my point, like when you were talking about we're all about the students. That is about the students. That's my point, right? Not everything has to be laser focused from a subject matter perspective on the students. It's like, you know, you're on an airplane and our mental health professionals, our bus drivers, our paras, our other staff, our administrators, and obviously our teachers, they're riding next to the kid on the plane. Now, when the oxygen mask drops out, we got to make sure that we have oxygen masks for those caretakers so that they can take care of the kids, right? And so that's what I was trying to say earlier, is that as we're focused on things like budgets and strategic vision and community involvement, community engagement, and community support, that's all with an eye towards providing that to the kids. Where maybe, I don't know that you meant it this way, but it sounded like you saw them as siloed. And I don't. I see them as cause and effect.
So I've been trying to listen and take this all in. One of my goals is to be a better listener, and I see that we're still very much divided. I think we need to kind of step back and maybe look over what we want in a superintendent and kind of go through it. One of the things, before we even do that though, one of the things, I have this vision of Eric and Heidi working wonderfully together to bring this district forward, and that's why I picked Eric first, because I really wanted both of them. Which maybe isn't the best reason, but I think he would be a leader, and she is such an amazing, well, she's a leader too, but such an amazing, I can't say employee, I'm trying to think of the right word, but amazing asset to this district. That I think they would be a dynamic duo, so, yeah. So, but anyway, I just think I don't see anybody changing their mind yet. I don't see any movement on this board, so maybe we should read through the profile, and would that help at all?
Can you provide clarity of where that list came
This
from?
was what we worked on at the beginning.
Is that what we worked on, or is that what we submitted? Here's my top 3 or 4.
I believe this came from our interviews that we
Yeah,
had
all of
with
our surveys
consultants.
that we did with community, and then remember they presented it at our first
Profile.
meeting before we had the candidates. Here's what the profile, this is what they advertised.
We approved this.
Yeah, no, I understand and get all of that, but it's also, it doesn't mean that I feel that every one of those is what I would say is what I'm
Right.
looking for. That's my point. There's a
Right.
few things in there, but the rest, kind of like to Charles' point,
Okay, well, then maybe what we
missing
should do,
things.
rather than looking at this, what's the number one thing you're looking for? What's the number one thing you're looking for in a candidate?
Me? Trying to teach me a lesson, aren't you? What's the number one thing? Transformation. I just,
Okay.
was that it? Next.
Okay, and I think we all agree with that. We want a transformational leader.
Proven track record.
Okay. So can I just write these down?
Am I going to be graded on them later?
Maybe. No, I've been listening.
Yeah,
I can see everyone's side. I truthfully, I think we all can. I think we all can. I think we're all looking for the same thing. We just haven't agreed with, and we don't really know for sure. We don't know. None of us know for
You
sure.
don't know. I mean, to Kevin's point, I've hired
Right,
the best people that, how did I miss the mark on that?
Right.
You know, you don't know for certain. Promoted several people because they're internal, I know them, it's like,
we thought we had a transformational leader 7, 8 years ago, and it didn't work out for one reason or the
With?
other, with Clint.
oh, I wouldn't consider him transformational.
Okay,
It didn't work out. We were excited, but I wouldn't consider him
Okay.
transformational.
We're pretty
They're
excited
a-
about him.
To me, they're a rare breed. They're rare individuals.
so you think Eric is a rare transformational
Well, I think
leader?
so, yeah, I think he is.
So what was the other thing you said? You said, what was the second?
I already forgot.
I did too. It's getting late.
Did you say proven track record?
Proven track record. And I think trust is something I heard.
Well,
To me, that
That's
goes
right.
without saying, if you
Yeah,
can.
I mean, trust is
That's a good
important.
point, absolutely.
Right.
Integrity,
Yeah.
honesty,
specific.
Label that as integrity.
yeah, that goes without saying.
And just to, before we get too far down this road, I don't want to have a failure of imagination. And we're thinking of, you know, this is a dynamic duo, this team, putting this team together. Because I think equally, if Heidi were to take that position, who's to say who would come in as the assistant superintendent and how that could lend itself to support a transformational experience as well. So I just don't want us to fail to have an imagination about what that might be.
Well, and likewise, I think I'll point the finger at myself. You don't want to over-imagine in the sense that just because they're both dynamic and awesome, that they'll suddenly work well together, right? That's not a given necessarily.
And actually, the hiring of somebody like Heidi in that position and the vacating of that position would then open up some possibilities in terms of being able to reimagine some of those leadership roles as well. So, which would kind of open up a potential gridlock.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that piece. I'm more concerned with the,
Oh, no, I was just talking.
yeah, I'm talking about the outward ripples of that, though.
No, I think what you said was great.
That was a great point.
I think student-centered, right up there, A1, A2 for me. They need to be able to demonstrate that. They need to be able to carry that out in the darkest of times, best of times. Student-centered. Budget decisions need to be focused on that as well.
I would say investment, just investment in this board, in this community, in this district. Just, you want somebody who's
Invested.
invested.
I think invested says it clearer than investment. But okay.
Think about something around an ability to mobilize people to act.
Can I,
To me, the relationships,
yeah, I mean,
that.
maybe it's semantics. Galvanize? Mobilize? I don't care if it's either one, but I mean, I used that word earlier on purpose, is that what you do is you grab disparate groups of people and bring them together, where to me, mobilize, maybe both, but I mean,
Put
you know.
mobilize, that's your comment, and then you could put galvanize.
No, it's fine. I don't want to get trapped in that and waste time, but I think they're a little bit different in that what I guess I'm looking for somebody, if we're talking about transformational and downstream, is to pick up, they walk along and they're that person that grabs the outliers from every constituent group and brings them along. Where to me, mobilization is you're mobilizing people that are sort of already directionally traveling the same road that you are.
Galvanize is a little bit more of invigorator.
Yeah, maybe that's not even the right word, right?
So what are we gonna do with this list?
Well, because you guys didn't.
I know we're not
magically
getting
agree
anywhere,
on a
but
candidate?
what are we
Well,
gonna
I
do
just
with
thought we
this?
could then go down in each one and kind of talk about the candidate on these, and maybe we have enough here, I don't know.
Well, and then I think the issue you run into, Ruth, is weighting. I mean, is student-centric
That's true,
70%, or is it equal percentage to everything else? I mean, I get wrapped up in,
And how
But
you
won't
weigh.
won't we have the same viewpoints of, you know, who,
that's kind of where I'm going.
Maybe,
yeah. you know, who's the most, well, what's one on there? Not mine.
Student-centered, that's a
Yeah,
good one.
well, obviously Eric is. I mean, we're gonna be right back to, well, obviously.
I don't know.
Obviously, it's Heidi.
I think student-centered, I don't know Eric well enough to say, I think he is, but I'd
But
probably
but
pick
you
Heidi.
you started out saying Eric's the guy that can get our students back.
Yes, that doesn't mean he's student-centered as far as the, I
What
mean,
if-
I
what
know
if
he is,
What
but
if he never saw a student? What if a person never saw a student? But the students from all neighboring districts were lined up begging to get in, and he never saw a student. Would you hold that against them, that person?
I don't see a district being able to be successful in that way with a leader
Well,
that's
I
not
sure do, boy.
connected to students.
I mean, my vision is they're begging to get in. It's like, we're gonna have to build another school, not talk about closing 8 classrooms after we just built them. And I see them, they're just begging. It's like, what do I gotta do to get in here? And if that leader that can get us there never sees a student, that can't happen if they don't have the student and the parents in mind. It's impossible for that vision to come true if they don't have the student and parents in mind. It's just like any organization, any business, anything. When you have that kind of forthright of a leader that has a vision and can get you there. But we're not going to ask them Heidi or anybody. You go make sure you know every student. It's not going to happen.
I agree
Not
with you
even
that,
close.
I'm sorry,
No, go ahead.
to bring students in is important and crucial, but I think that's definitely something, and I know I'm not saying anything new, but that's really on us to help provide those parameters to our superintendent, that needs to be then one of the top goals. And I agree with that 100%, that needs to be one of the top goals.
Which, yeah, but shouldn't that be,
I feel like it always has been.
yeah, shouldn't that be an already, like, oh, by the way, superintendent, we want to make sure that every, child in our district, we want them in our schools?
But is there a metric tied to that? Is there a way to measure how they've been doing? I mean, it's a great thing to say we need more students, but have we provided that structure to?
Yeah, we know what the data is, we know how many are gone, but, again, if we have to inform our superintendent that one of the things we want to do is to, we want our students here, and if they go, oh, okay, that would scare me. That's a given. I sure hope it's a given.
Do you have any advice for how we can move forward?
Appoint to 7th grade.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. That's why you started out. I wish it was a 7-member board.
That's exactly what I was gonna repeat. Yeah, and, obviously, you're going to hire a superintendent. You know that, we know that. And at least one of you is gonna change your mind. I don't know when it's gonna happen, but it will happen. And hopefully the other two can live with that, But I don't really, I think you're doing a great job of, deliberating the issue, and pointing out the things that you feel are important to point out. But
Trying to figure out a way to move us forward. I don't know what it is.
I wish I could be more helpful.
Yeah, I'd like to share just a personal experience a little bit. And I don't mean to drag our business into it, but 5 years ago, my wife and I decided we wanted to do more. We wanted to aspire to move our company from good to great. And I recognized that I can't, I was the leader at that time, and I can only go so far with it after 25 years. And we wanted to do something different. and wanted to start on the financial side of it. And as some of you know, we hired the business manager that had been here for 10 years. And he, I think, was very transformational. He came into a mess and did some wonderful things. Had never been in a school district ever before. Had no experience, always in the banking business, in the private, or in the business sector. And I always call him the mastermind of putting the plan together of the financial plan of our $230 million deal. And, you know, we were fortunate to have him come on our team, and he is one of these unique, he's a freakish kind of a financial person, because that he just gets, but he just has this innate ability, very, very unique ability to see the big picture and be a transformational leader. And that's what he's done for us. And we're continuing on that path of some that have been with us for 20 years in a leadership role are no longer, they're still with us, but they're not in that leadership role because we want to take this next step. And that's what I really see here. I think, unfortunately for Heidi, all of her background, all of her experience is right here. And it's been a great experience, but it's been right here. So how do you bring in other fresh ideas and innovations? And that's where I just look at someone like Eric that can be that transformational leader. And you know, Sarah, yep, Heidi could take that lead role, and then we hire an assistant superintendent that could be a dynamic duo. My concern is that Heidi doesn't have that experience in that leadership role, and to be transformational, and has been in a position that would like to have seen that we're a lot further than where we are today. It's kind of like this, yeah. So I think we have this, I still think we have this wonderful opportunity. I'm sure would love to see us.
It's kind of funny because, you know, as I'm thinking back about their interviews, there's Heidi who said, I may not have the experience, you know, of some of the other candidates, but she has the heart or whatever she said. And then there was Eric who said, in the best organizations, you really should hire internally and promote internally. And so they were kind of like pointing at each other.
You take it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
So, I mean, they both have, that's why I think they both have
Yeah.
high integrity. I mean, well, we know what Heidi does, but I think we learned that Eric does too, even with that little hiccup that happened.
I still go back to, we have a candidate who knows our district, and there are things, I get what you're saying, but we can learn a lot of things, and we can bring in outside resources, and we can get good stuff done when we have people who know who we are and already have trust. And
But we haven't for years. We're a good district, and we have been for
I get
years.
it though, but I understand. I hear what you're saying, and in a perfect world, I would love that second in command person to say, hey, I've got this idea, follow me, let's do this. But the fact is that doesn't always happen. For whatever reason, you're not, and I'm not, I don't want to, because I don't know, I don't want to put any, I don't want to cast any doubt or anything nefarious about what's been going on. I don't want to make it seem like Lane's been squashing Heidi back by any means. But there's just sometimes, if that's not your place, it's not your place. If you're given other duties and you do those things, and you look at, to Charles's point, when you're around the schools, clearly Heidi has served well in her assistant superintendent role by what you witness when you walk around a school with her, by what you witness if you're in the community with her. I mean, I think she has proven herself in her role with the resources she was given and the direction she was given. I just don't want to discount what she could be, what I do believe she is capable of if she was in that role and has direction from us and a staff behind her.
And
I mean, we had two candidates sit here and say, you guys have incredible teachers. You know, you have Karsten saying, somebody from internally is saying, wow, I've seen people work hard in other districts, but you should see the way these people work in this district. I think we've got a lot of what we need, and if we support Heidi in the right way, I think we can go far and become great as well. And she's got the head start and she's got the support internally.
And I think if you see, you know, this, if somebody has the facility for learning and taking on new ideas, and if we see that as a deficit, that she's not been outside the district, I think we encourage that. I think we encourage her to go outside the district and see the ideas. I think that she has the facility to take those ideas and implement them and transform them into her own. I don't see that as something that would hold her back if that's something we would ask of her.
I think we're making an assumption too. I mean, because I see some of the qualities you see in Eric, absolutely. I don't think we're too far off on it, but if there's not buy-in, I don't care how visionary of a leader you are,
Describe buy-in.
that you can rally the people around you and that they're gonna wanna get in line and follow you.
So what I think I'm hearing is, and I wouldn't disagree with this. In fact, I agree, if I'm understanding you correctly, 100%. Heidi, as the next superintendent, has voluminous, if not infinitely more buy-in from the rank and file within the school district itself, as in staff, leadership, right? Is that what I'm hearing? That Eric would have to build trust with all those people,
Yes,
have to
correct.
create constituency groups.
We're making a huge assumption and risk that he can. I mean, and probably he can, but it takes a long time to develop relationships.
Okay, now, so where we're sitting right now, I agree with you 1,000%. But here's the bigger issue in my view. We have another new school starting up. We already have Lake Region. We've got the pillager issue. We've got homeschooling. We've got all these different hemorrhage points where we're hemorrhaging students. A certain number of those were going to happen. I think several of the candidates kind of pointed that out, that some of that was just endemic to the times. And that's that. Some of that, to Tom's point, is a reflection of stances that we as a group took for what we felt was the protection of the health and safety of our staff and our students. So one way or there. So at some point, once again, I'm going to say the community comes in here. At the board level, the accountability comes in about 6 months, where they go to the polls and 4 of these seats are essentially up for grabs. On the other side of it, buy-in. So if we're looking forward to a possible referendum for a levy, if we're looking for enthusiastic support of our community efforts to draw people back to the buildings and to the school district. Now, who's going to get more community buy-in globally across the community? A fresh face. Let's just say we clone Heidi, and we have inside the district Heidi, and we have outside the district Heidi. Heidi that's never been here before, right? Which one do you think, because they're exactly the same person, which one do you think comes in and can walk down the street like the Pied Piper and get the whole community to follow him down the street more readily? The one who's been part of the system that's been maligned by half the community, or the one that everybody sees as a fresh start?
I guess I look at it differently because Heidi has a team that she has buy-in. Sarah and I led the Vote Yes effort a few years ago. I would argue a big reason that passed, couple of things. We had a good team going out and talking with the business community, but you talk about our staff and our teachers. You get those folks on board and they're excited and proud about what they're doing every day and telling the story about why that was a good investment. And Heidi can get that story going and get
I
those
appreciate the
troops
viewpoint,
excited. And
but you must get different emails than I get.
Kevin, you sat at your board seat respectfully. You just said that half the community is railing on Heidi or against that, right?
Not Heidi,
that in.
against the district.
Well, however you worded it, but you yourself have said that it's a small population that really is that large.
That's vocal about it.
Right. So I'm just saying that the point you made isn't really.
Well, what I'm
consistent.
going to say is it's a spectrum. right? So if you look at somebody like me that falls into the moderate end of things, and if I'm looking at, do I want my taxes raised or not, I'm going to look at the leadership and I'm going to be like, just like I have to when I go to the polls this fall to choose a governor or to choose whatever. I've got to do soul searching and I've got to figure out who's going to take me where I think I need to go, right? So I don't think that's the loudest voices over here, loudest voices over there. I really think it is as simple as there's a large group of people on one side of the issue. Certainly, some people are more passionate and more vocal and more activist about it. But I would push back on that. I think that you can reasonably divide the community into two relative camps. I don't think if you went out and polled the average public person about should we dump money into the school system, somebody would go, I think they're going to have an opinion about it.
Yeah, and I just want to be clear too that I responded to your question about a levy vote, but that's not my point wholly. My point is that we can do great things when we can believe in a leader, have a common vision, a strong strategic plan, and head in the same direction.
And I agree with that philosophy.
I guess all the point I'm making is that I believe Heidi can get us there faster. And then the other stuff happens. Doesn't just happen. It happens because we, in combination with a strong superintendent, we at this table help it happen because we guide it and we show the direction we want it to go in, and then we say, what do you need? How do we make this happen? And then we get to get out of the way and let our awesome staff do that.
I agree with the blueprint. So where we disagree is how the perception around it forms based on the journey that our society has been over the last 4 years.
We have the most control over what's closest to us, and I think it radiates out from there.
I don't disagree with that either.
Yeah, that's, if we were going out for an operating levy in 2 years, to me it would be, there's just no way, absolutely no way.
Yeah, and I guess that wasn't my point in raising
no,
that.
but what I'm getting at is from a community standpoint, Heidi has that advantage. She has that relationship with a lot of staff members. Not everybody supports her, and not every staff's going to ever, support the superintendent.
Any candidate, yep.
But from the community standpoint, they're waiting for the investment. They want a return on this investment that we made. And when I heard last week about the idea of shutting down some classrooms because we don't have students, that we knew and have been tracking that they're leaving for the last 5 years, that's a tough one. And when that kind of information flows through, that's going to be a tough. Personally, I think it's unfair to Heidi to put her in that role right now. It's going to be an uphill battle, I think.
We did have growth in the district in numbers when we were voting on the bond. Remember, we had that tracking. It came after. After.
Yeah, it made total sense. 100%.
Yeah. When you said 5 years ago, I'm like, well.
No, but the decline in the
started
last
happening
few years,
after,
in particular the last couple of years, where the last 3 years, where it's really.
I just wanted to make sure we built these buildings based on what we were expecting to happen.
And it still can.
Yeah.
It still can.
It can.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not because we're getting less in population.
No.
It's because we're losing students. From up to
Well, and for student-centric, the idea that we attract more students creates more revenue, which creates better programs, which creates better opportunities to pay teachers, which creates a better student experience.
Right.
So that's why I would argue it all comes back to winning that tug of war with these other schools and these other entities and finding a way to attract these kids back. And some of them, obviously, like I said, you're not going to get them all. And I can't be clear enough about this. This is not a judgment of capabilities, qualities, or the person, Eric, the person, Heidi. This is about who they exist as an entity, him as an outside entity, her as an inside entity. That's it. That's it. I don't put her below him in any way, shape, or form. If she was out from outside the district, I'd have jumped over the table an hour and a half ago. It's where she sits in the district that I'm struggling with, not her. That's my issue. Because if I'm going to get kids back from Lake Region Christian School that are there for ideological reasons or whatever. If I'm going to go get from the 2 new schools that have started up, the one this last year and the one that's about to start up, Pillager, whatever. Who stands the better chance of creating a magnet to draw people from something fresh, new, and exciting? Not that Heidi is fresh and exciting. I've been with Heidi. Heidi gets me jacked up when I'm around Heidi. I don't mean that. I'm just saying but I can see her. I get to work with her.
Now imagine if we made her the leader of our district and everyone got to see her and got to work with her.
Well, but you're giving everybody in that picture way too much credit for having the ability and the capability to do that stuff.
For either of our points.
Yep.
We need each other credit. But if I could just throw a different log on the fire, hopefully not.
We need another log.
Yeah, a new log.
But it's a log that might be uncomfortable for some, I suppose. But it's an important one, and it's one that I feel is at its nature student focused. I asked the question of equity about diversity, equity, inclusion. What's the success of that, or how do you see that as being successful, and then how do we involve the community? And Heidi wrote, no, equity is no one feeling less than, which is important. That's reality. An important piece also is equity baked into everything. At the college where I work, when I first got there, they're implementing critical thinking into everything they do. So all the faculty then, it's important that they build into their curriculum critical thought. And all you have to do is listen to or read some of the thoughts on social media to realize how important critical thought is today. So very a lot of foresight with higher education in our state that way. And then also, it's important to have community conversations. To me, I interpret that as educating the community on what's happening. And right now, something that Heidi's been very instrumental in is that equity task force and the community dialogue, where some of you in this room right now were a part of that, got to ask questions, understand, struggle externally within a group setting with what does that mean? What exactly are you doing in school district? That type of thing. That's important. That builds trust. That builds community support, or at the very least, begin to plant the seeds of understanding. And then more engagement is a success. More engagement of equity, diversity, and inclusion. I felt pretty good about that answer, and important. One thing when we looked at Eric, and one of the things that I have to own is, and this is a struggle, but and it's neat also, I guess, on some levels. But he was very upfront, and he shared that he has an Indigenous son, and I think that's great. But as a few different areas that I've referenced tonight about Eric is, I needed more. Like, what more than simple tokenism does him having an American Indian son got to do with anything? So, and I think I shared this with a few of you, that's a concern for me as an American Indian male with American Indian children, that oftentimes we're tokenized. Like, there's Charles, he's the good-looking school board member that's American Indian, right?
Ran out of wishes.
I'm rewriting the narrative. Okay. But anyway, but my point is just that I'm not offended by that, but it makes me question, like, I want more. I needed more from that. Like, it's important. I like that. I'm pleased that he has an American Indian son, but I would have liked to have heard a lot more than that, other than that he went to the University of Morris because he's got a righteous scholarship, right? Anyway, so that's one piece. But the piece that I wanted to bring up that I did struggle with is he wrote, or he suggested I wrote, when it comes to equity, diversity, and inclusion, it's important to stay where the community is at and not get too far ahead from where the community is comfortable. And to be completely honest with you, I'm married to Catherine. Catherine's 100% German. I'm American Indian. There's some people that are just never going to be comfortable with that marriage. That's the reality. And if Catherine and I waited until the world or a nebulous percentage of population were comfortable with the fact that Catherine and I were getting married, we probably wouldn't be married today. Sometimes you need to continue to educate and to move along with that process. But also, more importantly, my edit or my note was that with those type of matters, we need to continue to educate. And as a community, not just with equity and diversity and inclusion, but all areas as it relates to academics that might be outside our comfort zone, is sometimes we just need to become comfortable with being uncomfortable. And that's when learning occurs. So I struggled a lot with his answer that let's just tap the brakes on these type of matters until everybody in the community is comfortable, because that's never going to happen. And you can question that, but that's what I heard. And this is and that's an important piece. And that's fine. Does that throw him out from being a candidate? Not necessarily. But I just really wanted to do a comparison contrast between the two.
I wrote that quote down. I didn't hear that he said until everyone's comfortable. So
Yeah,
I
that's,
just wanna clarify
I
that,
feel
but-
like,
But he did say that it needs to be done with the community, not ahead of the community. And I hear what you're saying, Charles, on any important issue. I think we sometimes do need to be ahead of our community when we're on the right side of something. And I would say making sure we're a welcoming school district for all, absolutely, we should be ahead of our community on. I mean, you don't wait on something like that all are welcome and nobody feels less than, and absolutely, you get ahead of.
I don't know that I would
on that.
attach those elements to that philosophy. Equity's pretty broad. He was pretty straightforward in separating the capital E equity from the small e equity. And so I think there are more layers to that. Speaking as somebody who falls into that middle group where whenever there's a social change underway, right? What I can say and I don't want to put words in Eric's mouth, but what I can say is this. If you want me to get on board, and I'm in your middle group, right? I'm not way over here and I'm not way over here. Rarely am I pulling the political wagon or the social change wagon, and it's unusual for me to be lagging in the back, grumbling. I'm somewhere in the middle waiting to be inspired or waiting to have some sort of example to follow. But the worst way to motivate me is to push me before I'm ready to accept, or worse, to not speak to me in my own language in a way that I can understand. And I think speaking outside of this area, more globally in our nation, we have activist groups that talk at us in the moderate world, and they don't meet us where we are to get us to move. They shame us for not moving without giving us time to adjust to certain things. And I would suspect that maybe that's not enough for other people, and I get that. But that's how I'm wired. You have to give me time to follow where you're trying to lead me. I know this because Director Blacklance has done this for me over the last year and a half. He has moved me on many, many things because I have a deep respect for him as a person, not just as a lens. I think sometimes he feels like he's put in the corner of being a lens, won't put words in your mouth. But because he's patient with me and he gives me the time to move, I'm able to get to places I couldn't have got if he'd have come at me like a spider monkey. And that's what I think Eric was saying. If you go out there like a bull in a china shop and slam social change down a community's throat, they're going to push back harder and you're going to create just as much headwind as you thought you could create tailwind. That's what I read into that comment when he said it. So it's a difference of lenses. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm saying that's what I heard.
So as I shared before with, at least with portions of this board, there's a scenario with one of my daughters at the school where another student colored a picture a likeness, I guess, with a color that wasn't, that was very dark. And then proceeded to share it with other students, say, hey, look, I am Bethany. Look here, look at the skin color on this. This is Bethany. And I heard about it when Bethany came home, that she was frustrated about it. I made a phone call. By the time I made a phone call, and I do feel that the school was reasonably responsive, so I don't have an issue with that. But by the time my daughter got back to school the next morning, not necessarily feeling safe, feeling attacked. But she walked into the classroom and the teacher was telling the student that she feels that student has been treated unfairly with my daughter standing there. And so clearly some education needs to take place there. And some process needs to take place in terms of how that was handled.
Fair enough,
So
but
my
can I,
point
for just a
is,
second?
my point is, how long do we wait for a process that's going to keep my daughter safe? How long are we going to wait to educate people that type of behavior is not right? Do we wait until everybody's comfortable with that? How long do we wait until we begin educating or continue educating these people? We can't simply wait until the community is ready for it. There's certain things that we just have to push on.
We should have years ago.
And I don't disagree, but I said this during the election, equity is a much bigger umbrella than that.
I didn't say just equity, I said diversity and inclusion.
Fair enough. 2 weeks ago, my son, who's had a rough year so far, went into one of the bathrooms over at the Brainerd High School and had a group of other kids come in there and followed him around for about 5 minutes, calling him the R word over and over and over again. So how far does that diversity and inclusion umbrella extend, I guess is what I'm asking. Does that extend to him?
I'm sorry.
Tell
me the situation again.
He went into the restroom, right? And you've met Nick, but you don't know Nick. Nick is autism spectrum disorder, absolutely barely socially functional. Went in there, was doing his thing with his headphones on, and a group of kids accosted him and trapped him in the bathroom and proceeded to call him R word and a couple of other words.
Right. I'm sorry, your question for me was?
The question is, where does that fall in the umbrella? Is it the same as your situation, or is it different?
Oh, I don't know if I would say that's the same. Then I mean, there's assault.
Well, I don't mean the same. I mean, are they if it's a biological tree, are they the same genus? Are they the same? What I'm trying to figure out is,
I mean, I think I'm talking about education and about helping people get from point A to point B with certain things that aren't.
Right, but in the end, it was one kid's actions. Now, you're talking about the subsequent action by the educator, which I totally understand. But I'm talking about the root cause, which was the incident.
Sure.
Right, and as we sit there on the equity task force and we talk about this in detail, right, what are we talking about? Student safety. What do we hear back on the survey? That there are large swaths of children of all different sorts of things that have issues and concerns about their safety. Right? And while I do believe that the diversity and inclusion lens is obviously eminent, if not preeminent, it's not the only one. And I don't know where that takes us and what we're talking about.
I've lost track. What is this? We're saying.
We're trying to get back to Eric's viewpoint on equity.
Okay.
And so what I'm trying to say is that, I mean, I think if we have this work to do, we have this work to do with every kid that bullies another kid. Mm-hmm. Everything else is a degree or a piece of the puzzle that needs to be solved for. Mm-hmm. Is perhaps the racial element the biggest one? I can't speak to that. I lack the lens, right?
I didn't say.
I know you didn't. I wasn't putting words in your mouth. I'm just trying to say, let's not put words in Eric's mouth either.
Well, I guess to bring it along, I mean, I do believe that Eric, that somewhere in there was the intent that you want the community to be with you on it. But wanting the community to be and waiting for them. I mean, the fact is that we need to do the important work of making sure Nick feels safe in school and Bethany feels safe in school in both situations. We don't wait to convince people that kids should feel safe in school, or help them understand
can't imagine.
all the different ways of,
I can't
it's-
imagine he would wait for that, so.
Well, but I'm saying you do the work, is I think all you do the work. Yes, you bring the community along and you educate people and you include people, but we're here to do the work and.
Right, I'm just throwing out a log
Right.
that we can process.
appreciate it. It fosters more dialogue.
Another.
I don't see
another-
one being stronger than the other, and again, you know, we set board expectations. I don't see one. I appreciate
I think
what
we're
you're
drawing
saying,
at straws
Charles,
on
but
that one, I'm sorry. I do.
Yeah, it's,
Well,
Well, I think
I have
Charles
to-
is bringing up a point that it's
this
valid.
is, this is something that's very real to me, so it's a privilege to be
know,
able to say
I-
that this is just something that's grabbing at straws or not important. For my 11-year-old daughter, this is extremely
Oh,
important.
that is
Yeah.
extremely important, but to try to read into that much from that statement.
well, and look at the context misinterpretation that just happened right here of a comment.
I think we all want to do the important work on equity as quickly as we can, and
But you're providing a lot of assumption and a lot of latitude for a question that wasn't answered, and that's my point.
Okay, but then you've got to give him some latitude because the other candidate has intimate knowledge of each one of the people that we're interviewing, the interviewers, of what our levers and, right? You have one candidate that doesn't know any of us, and you have the other candidate that somewhat knows all of us.
and maybe there should have been a follow-up question to him on that.
Well, that's, you can't undo that, but what you can do is you can look at motives and you can look at the ability. Again, what I would say is Heidi throughout the process was alternatively overly disadvantaged and overly advantaged because of the position she has in the district, right? There were certain tailwinds that she got and certain headwinds that she got. And one of the tailwinds is that she has interactions with all of us and knows to at least some extent what buttons to push. Now, I don't mean she's pushing buttons, don't get me wrong, but what things are important to each one of us. Now, I don't feel like she crafted her answers around that, don't get me wrong. I think it's innate. We just know how to talk to each other, except for tonight, I guess, but, you know what I'm saying? That I think, one, you're subtracting more points from him than you should, and maybe I'm subtracting more from her than I should, and I'm kind of with Tom. I think it falls back to, they're sort of on equal footing in the sense that he answered the fundamental question. Now,
But that's my point, is from my experience, from my education, he did not answer the fundamental point. In my opinion, in my professional opinion, Heidi did, he did not. That's the log I throw in the fire. Should he be thrown out as a candidate for that? No. It's important for me that we discuss it, which we did. And personally, I feel that's important, but I also don't want to over dramatize it either. I mean, it's a reality, and this is something that's very important to a lot of students, and it sounds like your son as well. So I think this is something that I don't feel comfortable leaving simply up to assumption and assuming that the person will have the best interest in mind. I really would have liked for it to have been explained a little bit more, and that's essentially what I'm saying.
Well, Teresa, what do you want to do? Yeah, it's interesting, I guess. This is interesting.
So, all right, another log on the fire. Finances, where do we think that the two landed there?
I've had the privilege, still do, when Heidi was the director for the Paul Bunyan Co-op. The tiny budget compared to what this is, but she did a really nice job. She knew her checks and balances really well with that. And certainly Eric on a much larger scale has been very involved.
I remember him
That's
talking
fine.
about zero-based budgeting, and I was gonna ask him a follow-up question the other night about that, but.
You know, I think he also, because I quizzed him on the operational efficiencies, that I think is, you know, he had shared, if we need to find another $1 million, let's not touch the classrooms. We'll find it in other areas. So I appreciated that. Maybe a little bit coming fresh off of kind of where we are right now. And
Yeah, but I'd say Heidi was, I mean, probably 6 times used the words "keep it away from the classrooms" too. Like she talked about that
both.
too.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
To me, that log is a good log. I feel like in my mind they're a push. Like I don't really. I think they're both qualified in that arena. I think Heidi knows the intricacies of what we're challenged with specifically in this district and has sat. You know, I was in a budget meeting with her last week, so I don't have any concerns about her. And you know, I don't know that Eric can reinvent any wheels. There's only so many ways to push money around. He may have some ideas around. I was intrigued by the 6-period day that he brought up. I understand that creates its own concerns, but it would be interesting to hear more about that. It's a fresh perspective. That a reason to hire him as a superintendent? No, right?
Sometimes when I'm scratching away over here during interviews, I feel bad because I want to be really watching the candidate and listen, and I am listening, but this is a time when I'm glad I took really good notes because the only financial question we asked Eric was about operational efficiencies specifically in this interview. Heidi, I have a ton of notes. Assume we don't have a levy. Plan multiple years ahead. Don't plan on the what ifs. What are some things that we could do to keep it, you know, she talks about you want to keep it away from the classroom, but we have some luxuries, some things that we've done that maybe we can look at. Middle school team, an example. She has SPED financial knowledge. She talked about the 7-period school day. Is that the thing to be doing? Block days. She talked about seeking out additional partnerships like Sourcewell.
Now these are from Tuesday?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so she talked about not only cutting, but she talked about ways of going out for additional funding. And she talked about the why, and that if we go to the community, or when, and she, I think, understands that it's not just a given, you do all these other things, and you talk about the why, and you show, and that this is a giving community, and if you speak to them in the right language, people, and you've done the right thing. So all I'm saying is, I think we really drilled in. Heidi had a lot of stuff to say about finances, and we didn't even really go there with Eric. So I just don't want to make any assumptions about what we didn't hear from Eric.
Fair enough. But I would also go back to your notes from last week because the pro forma questions that we had several questions along that line, which is why on the last three nights, I never asked a single financial question because I felt they answered them in the first round.
That's where I would give you that they're a wash, but in the second interview, I don't agree that it's a wash. I think we went into more depth with Heidi for, I don't know what reason, but she gave us a lot of information.
All right, so I come full circle back to where I was
She
with
offered
Eric.
it to the community too voluntarily as well, so.
Yeah, and I probed those questions because in the first round, she said that she doesn't bring that. That is a weakness, or however she said it, so I wanted to probe more. And again, coming off a fresh of last week of, oh wow, all of a sudden we've got this $4.6 million deficit. It didn't just happen. It's been happening for the last 2-3 years. That stuff doesn't just happen.
No. I guess I'm just speaking about what we heard from the candidates.
Right,
You know,
but I
we
guess Eric
don't-
couldn't have taken a question about his Minnetonka experience and turned it into a financial answer if we didn't ask the question.
Right, but why didn't we ask?
Because we're satisfied.
Because I was, yeah, well, but I was,
Should we try another vote?
I answered,
I don't know.
you know, I asked the questions I
Will
wanted.
it do it
but-
any good?
well, right, and I'm
seriously
saying
doubt
I'm
it.
satisfied with it, but it was just brought up. It was, the financial question was brought up, so I guess
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying, what we heard,
Good,
so,
I'm glad you did.
yeah.
Leg wrestling's looking really good right now.
What's that?
Leg wrestling.
Yeah. Bridge.
I can't say I'm undefeated though.
Boards certainly have done that to do another straw poll, you know, if you think
Well,
it.
my
might
vote
have
is still
some-
Eric.
I think we're all, if anybody had moved, I think they'd be happy to speak up and say they
Well, and
moved.
that's.
Maybe I'm wrong.
That's right, that's,
Just observing you, you are a very bright, articulate board. You're deep thinkers and feelers. The dialogue has been rich. And I just feel like your hearts are all in the right place. And we're quiet because it's not our job to push you either direction.
Right.
So we're not being quiet because we aren't thinking, but we just would like to help you get off of 3-3 somehow.
Yeah.
And it doesn't feel like another vote would do that right now.
Donuts would.
Another hour, yeah.
He's back there.
Voted per vote?
But I really think,
now
you know, the listening audience,
cold
is
milk.
this live?
Yes.
People listening to this?
Yeah.
You really love this district and you care, each one of you. And I think they're just lucky to have a board like this.
Now, if only there were 7 of us.
But only if there were 7. Yeah. I don't know.
Just
Should we
talking
just
here.
wait and see who
wish I
falls
could
asleep
help.
first?
You both down. Tom dozed off. Let's go.
And we were just talking the other night about, in all of our years.
Yeah, this has never been a problem, yeah.
Well, in almost anything, I think only a couple times, you know, of all kinds of different, we've never had this, yeah.
Well, 3-3 usually just means the motion doesn't pass.
Yeah.
But it doesn't
even-
work in this
But
one.
even that has rarely
Yeah.
happened. Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing about me that's embarrassed that Heidi would be the next superintendent, please. Everybody needs to understand that. But I'm charged with what's best for the school district. And for me, I just keep coming back to what's best is something that can, Tom used the term, it's your term, I'm stealing it.
I forgot
Transformative, right? Again, it's not an indictment of anybody in the rank and file within the existing school district. It's like any organism. It exists in a certain way, and that's how it works. And again, every professional experience I've ever had says that when you introduce an intelligent and not overly disruptive, and that's right, form of change, not for the sake of change, with intentional, with intent, that you can accelerate things. So on the other hand, Heidi has no learning curve. She can come right in and she can do it. I get that part too. But what I'm saying is, again, all my own personal experience tells me that an additional free agent coming into the mix adds. It adds a chemical reaction that you can't generate with the chemicals you already have in the mixture. That's what I keep coming back to. It has nothing to do with the people. They're both excellent.
I just feel like there's too many unknowns about what kind of chemical that is.
I can appreciate that.
So can I, thank you for bringing it up that way, Kevin, because, I shared my own little personal story, and we've got a employee base of 250 folks or so. And when we had decided, again, we wanted to make a transformational leap, we recognized that we've got some fantastic leaders that have been with us for 25 years. They're fantastic, but recognize that they don't have this innate, this uniqueness to be able to catapult us to the next level, and opted to go to the outside and had that support with the executive team that's been with us for a long time as well, recognizing we need to do that. And we know Heidi very, very well, and she's a great leader. And like you, I have utmost respect for her and her style and her demeanor and her love and passion for our kids and our staff and our district. But this uniqueness that I see in Eric is, I don't see that in many people, and I think that's why I keep gravitating towards him. Heidi can do a fine job. We know her. We know her credentials. We know what she's capable of doing because we've been working with her, some of us, for a number of years. I've worked with my leadership group for 20 years. I don't have what it took to get us that next step. So you don't just miraculously all of a sudden become that change agent that can really be transformational for us. And that's what I see in Eric. And I just think I think we're fortunate that he has interests. hopefully still has interest in coming here.
When we got the packets from our friends over here, right, we had resumes and backgrounds. Dossier is maybe the best way to refer to the packet that we got, all of us. You know, I went through and did as I would have done if it was me alone making this hiring decision and I was sitting in my old office. I went through and looked at them on paper and I ranked everybody. And what I would tell you is, in those rankings, Eric and Heidi were in my bottom 3. Now, I recognize that for what it was on that morning. That was strictly somebody's ink. That's all it is. That's not a person. Like, I tried to divorce myself from what I know of Heidi and just looked at her on paper. Well, then we did the first round of interviews. And I mean, I'm not ashamed to say it. Heidi crushed her interview for me last week. No question. So when it came time to put the little thingies up on the board, she was my number 2. She's still my number 2. Nothing about the last 3 days changed how I rank those people based on, and maybe it's, you know, maybe that's an indictment on me that I became baked, but I was bound and determined as we went through all 3 of these candidates. Probably laid off of Karsten a little bit tonight because I kind of got a feel by midway through the interview that I didn't really need to, you know, shoot him with a nail gun. But I really feel like when I was asking questions of Heidi and Eric, that I was bound and determined to ask some fairly pointed, fairly difficult questions. Sarah snuck in and got the difficult one in a little ahead of me last night at the end with Eric, but I mean, I kind of doubled down on it at least. So I was trying to challenge those preconceived notions and biases that I thought I had. But my point is, I did move from where I was before because I you know, the human being makes a difference, not just the paper. But because we, over the last 3 days, didn't use a pro forma set of questions, I think it's difficult when we start talking about, like you were talking about the finance stuff. It's really impossible to do it because we didn't put them through the same rigor, right? We went after. I looked for things that I perceived as concerns or areas I wanted to know more about them, and that's where I went. And clearly, that's going to be different about all 3 candidates because they're different people.
Yeah, that was the purpose of the second interview.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the way it should be. But I'm saying it made it difficult for me to move because you know, like I said, and back to the Minnetonka question, I thought Eric did. Again, speaking as somebody that's dealt with those kinds of agreements and issues before, I felt he did as good as anybody could have in that scenario. I probably had a point somewhere along in there, but it was more about just, you know, the evaluatory process. I try to like take the names off the paper and just look at it and say, this is the person, this is what they would do. And, you know, in a perfect world, we could adjourn for the night and sit back and listen again. Now, that's a double-edged sword, for sure. At the end, we still have to make the decision. You know, we all got emails and calls and stuff in support of Karsten. We got emails in support of Heidi, and we got emails in support of Eric. I don't recall anybody sending me an email saying, don't hire Karsten. We did get some that said, don't hire Eric, don't hire Heidi. You know, so, but those are the people that took the time to pick up a keyboard and do their thing. And, you know, I realize we want to try to do this tonight. I get that. But my point in all of that was that, I mean, I have done everything I can think of personally to find a path to somebody other than Eric. And as of right now, my own personal experience in business and in people drives me towards that he can become the figurehead, if you will, that becomes a magnet for those kids we've lost that, like I said, through no fault of her own, Heidi will struggle with doing just because. So maybe I've made that particular issue too important compared to some other things, the logs. Maybe I'm holding that log in too high of an esteem, but I feel like it's the tipping point, the focal point upon which, the fulcrum, if you will, upon which the school district tips, is the ability to bring back students and increase funding. Or we're sitting here praying to God the legislature does something. But hope is a horrible strategy, whether it's a school district or a business.
I just want to share something on the enrollment piece because that's come up a couple of times, and I think we're making a lot of assumptions too. We don't even know as a board why students have left. We can make assumptions. Heidi has looked at data and talked to parents, and don't forget that she stood up and said to the community group that it has to do with a huge number of middle toward high school students wanting an online option. So we can't just sit here and say it's only masking and it's only this and that. So I just want to be a little cautious that we don't give Eric all this credit that he can get these students back when he may or may not even be right about why we lost the majority of them. And I'm not, but we don't know. Unless you guys have looked at some report I haven't seen, we do not know for certain why we've lost our students. And Heidi gave us a very different answer
But what Eric gave us was a
than Eric's
plan.
assumption.
That's what I liked about Eric.
I heard Heidi have a plan too.
Yep,
Yeah,
fair
I
enough.
think, one other thing that maybe it's in there, maybe I just didn't write it down, but, another reality towards the lessening of our students leaving is, another variable is retention as well. And that's a piece that we can't forget, especially in academia, because professionally, that's what I do. My job is to retain students. And that is significant. Just as significant as our marketing team, where I work, at going out beating the bushes and attracting students to the college. If not more so, the retaining of the students. And in that lens, I would argue that Heidi has a leg up in terms of being able to help retain students. Going with the assumption like what Jana pointed out, not necessarily knowing exactly at this point how that is, why we're losing these students. We know some of those variables. But if we look at retention in general, and what we need is, I believe, is students need to be, have those relationships. And that's not me talking, that's the research again when it comes to education and retention, is they need to have those touch points from the moment they come in to their daily life and then all the way to graduation. And that's an area where I can say confidence 100% that Heidi has that ability to be able to continue and to ramp up retention for our students. Because, just as I articulated earlier, students connect with her. And if you look at some of the student comments that we read tonight, especially with the third candidate, there's a candidate I had it written down. He had, of the 32 student comments that I read, that candidate had 23 negative student comments, 5 positive comments, and then 4 comments that I couldn't quite guess where they were at. But that to me spoke to a candidate that students simply could not get on board with and did not resonate with students. And being able to resonate with students and to be able to enter into that relationship, have that trust, that immediate trust, is something that's a particular strength of Heidi. Now, could Eric have that? Perhaps, but that isn't something that I'm seeing right now. I'm seeing, or I'm hearing, that he has the likelihood or the possibility of being a transparent leader, which is great for the executive team and for some of the leadership on down, and that's significant. But again, if we look at the lens through the eyes of, or through the lens of student focused, I think Heidi's definitely a stronger candidate when it comes to that.
I'd like to just comment on a couple of things. One is that our largest decrease is in our elementary, right? And so, and our elementary kids aren't just making the decision whether they're going to go to Brainerd or Pillager or homeschool. They're not making that decision. The parents are. I don't know that connecting with a student at that level is, yes, it's nice to have lunch with Wayne and those kind of things to be visible, but that's not what's going to bring him back. I ask, what are we doing? What have we been doing the last 2 or 3 years to bring kids back? What are we waiting for? Why aren't we doing this? Why don't we know why every child, why they left, or every family? We have some statistics. We kind of know where they were. Why aren't we doing that now? Do we have to have a change in leadership? to say, well, okay, let's go get these students? Why haven't we been doing that then? What's been stopping us from going and getting these families and kids back? We're going to change the title, and now we're going to go actively get them back. What's different?
I'm assuming when you brought on the leader that you shared earlier, which sounds like a fantastic individual, I'm assuming you had certain parameters for him or her when they came on board with you, and some clear expectations as to that. And I think at this point with Heidi, to hold her accountable for something that probably, I don't know if it was part of her job description or not, but also wasn't necessarily part of her particular pay grade. Some of those decisions and some of that leadership, unfortunately, would have lied with Lane right now.
No, fair enough.
Yep.
I'm sorry. But then on the other side of the coin, you know, if we look at Eric, has Eric been able to do that? We just established earlier that they poached how many students from other schools where he was at? How many was it? What was the number?
Like 38% of their enrollment?
30% of their enrollment. So, you know, so then we could look there, like, does he have that ability to do that? Well, if we go out and poach 30%, if that's the model, I don't know if that's necessarily what I want to do, but I just don't know if he has the track record either.
Fair enough. I have the same question that Tom has about why we don't do what we don't do, right? And some of that comes from the board again, I get that, right? But again, we can only react to and deal with what's brought to us. So on a certain level, obviously the agenda is the agenda. We don't often see issues that are out there that maybe we should be involved in, and we clearly get to see issues we shouldn't be involved in. I think we can all agree on that one. So I think and I'm going to put words in Tom's mouth and he can take them out if he wants to, but his indictment, if you will, of why we haven't done this on a go forward or on a previous basis isn't a direct indictment of Heidi. It's an indictment of the organism as it exists today. Now, is Heidi part of it? Yeah. Was she directly responsible for it? I don't know. I doubt it. It doesn't really matter because, like, back to Tom's point, if you've got parents out there that are looking from the outside in at the district, perception is reality. They see us as whatever they see us as, and we have done nothing to change that perception. Or we haven't been effective is maybe the better way to put it. Are there meetings and discussions going on with Anne Marie and marketing? Of course, some of us sit on that. And there's a valid attempt underway to try to do some of that stuff. So where I was going with that was, I'm not trying to say that's Heidi's fault. I'm trying to say it supports my own internal narrative that more of the same, right? That's the perception. I'm not saying that's who she will be. I'm saying that that's who a certain percentage of people will see the district as. That's all I'm trying to say. Like I said, and that is not, I promise you, it's not leveled at Lane, and it's not leveled at Heidi. You know.
I don't think, I mean, I get what you're saying, I appreciate that. But it isn't like the school district hasn't been doing things as of late that's gonna hopefully move that needle of retention. Equity Task Force is a part of that. Some of the drama that we've had about attempts that we've had as a school district to be able to include those that typically haven't been included. To be able to acknowledge those that sometimes don't feel that they're part of the student body. And that's really hard for some corners of our population to deal with because it involves populations that others might not be comfortable with. But we've taken it on the chin a lot over our attempts to be able to enter into a relationship and to make an environment that is safe for students. And I know a lot of my emails that I get are right around that. And it's important that we acknowledge that we have been doing things that are provocative to some or outside the box or however you want to put it. And in the effort to retain students. And also in an effort to be able to draw people to our community as well by being an organization that is welcoming to all students. Not just students that might look like one another or act like one another or meow like one another or what have you. It's important that we don't miss those pieces as well.
One thing that I noticed, and again, I don't know how we come out on the other side of this, to be honest, but I just, as I'm reflecting, and I thought Heidi, I was excited to see her, up in front of the community, and she was just jazzed still, but in a good way. She was enjoying every minute genuinely and interacting, and she talked about how the day just kept getting better and better, and how people talk about this is such a long day, but I don't feel like that. And you can take that for whatever it is, but I think there's something to that. This is a hard job with long days, that you got to keep your energy up from the 7 a.m. coffee with your board chair till the 8:30 p.m. buzzer at the basketball game, right? And I think we saw that. And Eric, we lobbed some tough questions at him. And so this isn't an attack at him at all, but it was interesting to me because I felt okay about how he answered that stuff. But I saw him almost deflate, and he literally threw in the towel. He said, well, I think I know where I sit. It's been a pleasure to meet you all. I will be rooting for Brainerd. So you have somebody who kept it going all day long, rah, rah, rah. You can go back and look at the tape. It was almost to those words. I think I know where I sit. I know you have a sitting superintendent, and you have an internal candidate. I think I know where I sit in the process. I'll be rooting for Brainerd. And all I'm saying is I want somebody who's gonna fight to the very end and be, still be scrapping and excited about it, even in that moment. That's just something I noticed. Putting it out there, there's a contrast to those two situations on how the days wrapped up.
Yeah, and just to add a little bit to that, though minor, I know I had a conversation with a few of the board members after the lunch, that there was a clear contrast in terms of, not the lunch, the dinner, between the two, where I know a few of us have mentioned, even some of those on the Team Eric side right now had commented that, boy, he's really quiet during dinner. Boy, I would have thought that he maybe said a little bit more. That's also something I thought, must be tired. I don't think that we're that rambunctious as a group. I may have regaled the bunch with a few of my stories, but I don't think that we ran over anybody. But that was a reality too, and I think that just kind of fits a little bit onto what Jen had said.
I'm an introvert, so I'm a leader. When I sit on an airplane, I hope and pray to God the person next to me isn't going to talk to me.
Fair enough,
So,
but you're not
I'm sorry.
on stage being interviewed in an all-day setting.
I think, let's don't pick apart what they had for dinner either. I think that's getting,
I think it's a pretty important observation for how.
I think at this point we got to look at everything.
Well, yeah, maybe you're right with that.
And what did he have for dinner?
Or more, did eat it all. Fiscally responsible. Because just to make it known, I ate all of mine. Very fiscally.
And I can vouch for you, Jim. I can vouch for you.
Teresa, make sure that goes in.
I think the point, I don't know about the unique instance as a lens is where I would go, but the point is valid. Energy, right? So if we go all the way back to the field of 6, you look at somebody like Frank, who dropped out early on. He dropped out for me because the guy just lacked energy.
Is that Houston? No,
it was the glasses on the nose guy.
I'm with you. Sorry.
But you look at somebody like Ron. Ron was like a ball of energy, right? And energy attracts me. And so I think Janet's point's well taken. And yes, introverts are introverts. I'm clearly not an introvert, except in the airplane scenario. I have 7 strategies to avoid being talked to on airplanes.
Sitting next to him in there.
You would be surprised.
I want to be with you, Tom.
What I'm saying is,
quietly.
Tom can get away with being a leader and being an introvert. Superintendent of schools can't. And I think that's a very valid point to bring up. And so I appreciate you bringing that up. But for me, energy takes on a couple of different forms. There's what I would call frenetic energy, and then there's energy or what I would call force of personality. And I can gravitate to both of those. And I believe that the 2 candidates that we're talking about, one has one in spades and the other has the other in spades. And we also have to caveat that he drove up here from wherever he drove up from to start his day. So his day, and he had staring down the barrel of the drive.
Kevin. You made a point And the point you made, and I know I'm really splitting hairs here, but you made a point and you equalized it, but I'm not understanding the point that you made. What is the two types of leadership that you referenced?
No, I'm talking about energy. There's a
Two types of
force of
energy?
personality, like somebody comes into a room, like Tom, and conveys a certain amount of gravity by just being there. They aren't like me or Heidi, right? I welcomed the kids back to Forest View.
I don't think, just, I don't think Heidi's that way.
Well, maybe it's the other way. She might be left-handed. I don't know.
Thank you, I agree.
But no, she's high energy and that's inspiring to people around her, and you naturally gravitate to that. But you don't have to be that exact type to do that either. And what I felt when we were with Eric was that what I felt Eric was doing at dinner myself was I thought that Eric was trying to give us space to get a feel for who he was dealing with. It was his moment to assess us, and so he was allowing everybody to exert their personalities, talk a little bit, try to draw him out, and in the process we learned a lot about what was going on in Napa High School. We learned a lot about a lot of different things, and I felt, was he hyper energetic? No. I think only 2 of the 6 candidates would have been that way. I think the other 4 would have been, but I'd still have felt very comfortable at dinner with any of those 6 people. That's all I was
It's a
trying to
good
say.
lens into, though, I've heard mentioned around this group tonight is the importance of the person going out into the community and wanting to rally support. And that was an opportunity, whether we like it or are comfortable with it or not, that was his opportunity to rally support of us. If I was interviewing, I would have taken that opportunity to rally support, tired or not. And I felt that, I don't want to over-dramatize and say he dropped the ball, but I do think that he missed a wonderful opportunity there.
I agree.
I felt a little bit, I was one that mentioned, I was kind of surprised that he was as quiet as he was.
Oh, Jen and I talked about it as well.
Okay.
I want to circle back a little bit to the enrollment thing, because we bring this up a lot and it is a big deal. And as we see declining enrollment, I think we have to think about that as a symptom. There is a root cause to that somewhere in the system. And so going outside of ourselves and outside of the classroom to look for that and bring those people back. I'm not going to show up on your doorstep and knock on your door and invite you back if I haven't fixed whatever it is. You're not feeling included. You're feeling less than. I'm not going to respond to that. And so I think you could do all of that in the world, but if you don't know what the root cause of that is, why I left in the first place, you're not going to fix it for me and you're not going to get me back. So I just want to be clear that if we're looking for somebody that can go out and handshake and knock and, take a postcard or invite people back and rally, that's really important. We do definitely need that, but that doesn't
I
solve.
agree, yeah, I agree. Gotta fix the problem first.
I think one of the main problems is people don't know what we have here. They think we have big class sizes. They haven't been inside our new schools. They don't hear about our academics. I think that's a big problem, and I think he has a specific plan on how to make sure that it's known.
Communication being
Yeah.
the key component,
Yeah, and getting the principals involved.
He did,
It should be it should be the principals doing it, not him.
well, and the communication piece. And,
Yeah,
you
and
know,
what we're doing.
Even like our Blueprint 181, last updated in July of last year.
Yeah.
How do we let that, the single most largest thing that we've done.
That was truthfully one of the things that impressed me a lot about him is all the research he did on our district. He knew a lot.
Oh.
He knew about our curriculum being on the website. He knew a lot. He knew about,
And I do think that is outstanding, but what I think that speaks more to is that tells me things about the candidates who didn't. You should know that. You should have done that level of research coming to this interview. So kudos to him, sure, but he did what he should have done. But we have someone who lives and breathes and is here and knows it, and 100 times knows what he researched. And with, again, I know I sound like a broken record, but with the right guidance, the right plan, and the support and the direction to do so, we've got somebody who's locked and loaded.
So why is Blueprint 181 last updated July of last year?
I think that I'm not gonna throw somebody else under the bus whoever's directly responsible for updating that website, and I don't think it's Heidi.
No, and I'm saying that it is.
Right, but no, that's what I'm saying. I'm not gonna sit here and say, well, I think it's so-and-so.
Yeah. Well, I'm not trying to draw contrast necessarily. I agree with what you said holistically about the other candidates should have done that. I felt if there was one place that Karsten kind of ended up dropping the ball was there was a whole lot, I don't know what's going on in Brainerd. And some of that was fairly easy to obtain.
Yeah.
You know, what he wanted to do was gravitate back to how he did it in Red Wing, thinking it would translate to Brainerd to a certain extent, right? But we're not here to talk about him. What I would say with Eric, homework aside, to come in here and in the first 10 minutes of your interview, what did he do? He challenged. He challenged. There were people in this room that squirmed when he talked.
Well, I've been on a number of large national interviews for college presidents. I've been on 2 of those. I've been on other large national searches for other nonprofit agencies as well. And the one thing I learned from my experience over the last 23 years is there's definitely a lot of different styles and approaches to interviews. And one of those is to approach the entity that you're applying for with SWOT analysis. And I think that's great. And it's definitely a way to go. But that doesn't necessarily mean that he's a person just because he chose a certain approach.
No, fair enough. Like I said, I'm not trying to draw a contrast. I was just trying to say that, you know, in the end, he picked an approach. When he was in 2 of the groups, or one of the groups that he talked to, the community group in particular questioned him about the enrollment issue, and he had what I would consider to be a fairly concise yet detailed and adamant opinion about repeated surveying and making sure that you're constantly taking the pulse. And he was also like, don't do 5 questions, do a more detailed survey at least the first time around to make sure that you can assess what the problem is. We did a survey kind of like that at the end, prior to the end of last school year. We did one, I think it was in about this time of year, late April, maybe early May. And we knew at that time there was a rough number of parents, for example, I don't mean to bring this as a central issue, but there were a large number of parents in that survey that identified that they would not come back in the fall of 2021 at that time if there was a mask mandate in place. So we knew what that number looked like going into the year. So again, that's neither here nor there. The point is we did that once, but we didn't continue to do it. Since a year ago, we've never attempted to take the pulse of the community beyond the student survey that we did for the Equity Task Force. That, as far as I know, is the only other survey of any kind we've done.
Thank you guys for being
you.
here.
Thanks, you guys.
Good night.
So again, I don't know that gives Eric any leg up. That's not my point in bringing it up. My point is that I think when Sarah's point to, you know, fixing what's wrong, you know, if you want to put it in medical terms, you have to triage so that you don't die. Then you got to get somebody to assess, diagnose, then you treat. And once you have treatment, then, you know, health is on its way and you can rally around that. We're skipping some steps there.
So where I'm at is, and not trying to be argumentative at this point, but what I'm hearing is some or 3 of us feel that Eric can be a transformational leader. And we're at the point where that's all I'm hearing right now, is that he has this potential ability to take us from good to great, which is good and important. But I guess I'm wanting to hear more. And I've heard a lot of poking of holes in terms of some of the strengths that we brought for Heidi. And I guess I'd probably poke some holes in some of your thoughts as well. But looking inward for me and how am I going to get myself off of this possibly is I'd really like to hear more than the potential leader, transformational leader that he could be. I guess I'm anxious, or I would like to hear more on that.
I can't give you more.
I can, I would like to, what's that?
Can we take just a minute
Mine's
break?
short, yeah. I can't give you more than that because I see them as equal in every other facet. Right, so you can make as many lists and side-by-side analysis as spreadsheet analysis is, I guess, getting late.
So you honestly believe that he's better at equity than Heidi Hahn would be?
No,
I thought you just said you see them
the
equal.
only thing I see different is the transformative leader part, where he can create that. I don't know how I don't know how to say it another way. That magnetic thing that changes, the game changer. That's transformative.
And
Otherwise,
I think that's definitely, I mean, that's definitely a lens that some of you have, and I think that's great. I'm trying to fit that lens on, but I don't see the world through that lens, and that's all right too. But I guess I'm wanting more than just that lens.
Charles, I'd like to share, my lens isn't very clear right now, but
I need to do that too. That might help us.
I'd like to share a little bit. One of the questions from the first round is how do you define excellence in your administrative team? And that was a question I was interested in hearing from all the candidates. And what I appreciated in his response was a term of developing a team of excellence. So this vision of a team of excellence, setting clear goals with the staff and the accountability piece. So that goes back to a strategic plan. As he said, I really didn't see a strategic plan. It's another one of those really embarrassing moments because I'm all about strategic plan. I pushed it when Steve Rosillo was here to get a strategic plan. And we had it and it fell off. So I just love the fact that he knows how to do strategic planning. He knows the value behind it. You can't look at and review that once a year like our candidate today referenced. It's got to be out there. So he uses that as a tool then to bring the whole team in so we're all pulling in the same direction. We're all looking to achieve the same goals. I've mentioned before at work where we've gone through a transformation that our leaders down 3 or 4 levels, if you were to go ask them, what are your goals for Q2? They will articulate, it's these 4 things. This is what I'm accountable for. This is what I have to do. And that goes up to the next level to get to the corporate goals. And that's what I see that he can do. He has that experience. He's done that. So to me, that was a big piece. But in fairness to Heidi, she also listed that as important, strategic plan.
For the first one, the first thing she do, she said.
But you have to know how to do it. And then we've got a strategic plan, and I'm going to go out on a limb and say probably, 90% of the school districts that have a strategic plan, they probably, it's in a 3-ring binder probably sitting on a shelf. You got to know how to use it once you go through all that effort. We had some momentum to begin with until we had a change of leadership. So to me, that was another really key component. His aspire to achieve excellence. He talked about customer satisfaction. When's the last time we ever talked about customer satisfaction? For staff, for community, our students, it's that mindset. It's a different way of thinking that he's bringing that is what I would consider non-traditional, even though he has the 25 or 8 years of traditional experience in schools. Communication was certainly a very important piece for him. Describing your leadership style. What I wrote down was effective leadership, teaching and learning examples, and the ability to relate. My sense is that he has the ability to, and he kind of talked about, we're going to push, we're going to challenge, we want to do better. We don't want to look at data that's a year old and then try to do something with that. We've got to be more real time. We've got to know how we're doing, and we want to challenge ourselves. If we truly want to be that leader of a district, of a school, we're going to have to. It's not comfortable. You've got to push. It doesn't. You don't have to work harder. We got to work smarter. And you know, when he references those types of things, that's what resonates for me. That's how I sum it all up as a transformational leader, or the ability to move our district far beyond. I went to school here. I was born and raised here. Boy, I'd love to see Brainerd be the best district in Minnesota. We're not. We're a very good district. I don't know.
But also, he was very smart how he analyzed our district. He said, you're good in elementary, something happens in middle school. You know, I mean, he knew that Lowell had some of the best results. You know, he said, you got to do something with your middle school. So, I mean, he gets it.
Can I go back to this idea of strategic planning? Because I'm with you on it, but I'm glad you said, let's go back to our first day notes again, because, okay, so we're giving Eric a lot of credit for being transformative, which I believe he is. I believe the most transformative thing I heard about was his Vantage program at Minnetonka, which I don't know the extent. Maybe he was the Lone Ranger on that. Maybe it was a team. Maybe it was his idea. Maybe it wasn't. But the only thing we actually heard him say about a strategic plan is the fact that Brainerd didn't have one. I never heard him talk about that he led the charge. He didn't lead the charge of doing the strategic plan at Minnetonka that I heard. And then when you so what we asked, what were the 3 things you would do? The first thing Heidi said, not having heard anything about what Eric said, right? Because they didn't get to hear. Heidi's first one was strategic plan. Eric said communication, operational efficiency, and academics. So the 3 main things you would focus on, strategic plan wasn't in it. So I don't know if we're giving Eric a little too much credit about his strategic plan stuff. And then we're all responsible for it, but I hear Tom, and I don't want to pick on any one person, but I've heard you a few times say, well, why didn't Heidi do it, kind of thing? Why isn't she doing it? No,
just to clarify, I'm not putting that on her, but
Sure.
She is part of the system.
Sure, yep,
And my
okay.
expectation of her, our superintendent,
Okay.
and our directors, they're leaders,
Yes.
that's what they need to do.
Absolutely.
If they're gonna wait for permission, they're not the right kind of leaders.
Absolutely. So then we talk about this gentleman up here. We had a great strategic plan under Steve Rizidlo. We don't have one anymore. We're sitting around this table. We're just as culpable in it as
Absolutely.
Heidi. So I just
Absolutely.
want to not keep
Yep.
going back to that being
I will
something that
own that
pulls
we
her
don't
down.
have a strategic
Sure,
plan.
but then I'm gonna need us to stop
But
having
you're
that be
missing
what's pulling Heidi
You're missing
down.
my point. It's one thing to have a plan, and there's gonna be hundreds and thousands of businesses that have a strategic plan. It's what you do with it.
Right.
Those were the questions that I asked of Eric. How do you integrate that?
Yeah.
Just like I did with Carson tonight. Let's assume we already have a plan. How do you integrate? What do you do with that?
Yep.
You need that to be transformational.
And we
that's
agree
what I
100%
like.
on that. And I guess I have confidence that Heidi can do that too, is all I'm saying. But I'm just saying I just want to make sure we're really going back into what was and wasn't said, because Eric never bragged about any planning process that he went through. And I never even heard him tie this transformational stuff he did back to a strategic plan.
That's
either.
my terminology.
So-
He never mentioned that.
Sure,
so.
but if we're gonna talk about him in that way, where did that show up in,
Okay, so we're kind of going back and forth here. Can we just try I'm gonna ask a question. How comfortable would you be if 3 of us wanted, the other 3 of us, if Heidi ended up being our superintendent, how would you feel about that? I mean, it wouldn't be your first choice.
Well, and this is not, it has nothing to do with Heidi, but we're missing out on opportunities. So
Okay.
would I be comfortable? Yeah, we'll be all right. We can continue on, and I'll float off as a board, and away we go.
I think what I heard you saying is she has a lot of good qualities, so that strong qualities, and so it wouldn't be just necessarily that.
I think it would be.
Okay,
I
you do.
think you need a unique individual to have fantastic transformation.
Okay, same question to you. Do you feel that same way?
I think the staff would be in good hands.
Yep.
I think they would be made comfortable. Not in love with that concept. Haven't been since I got elected. One of my purposes coming onto this body was to push everybody from the 5 of you on down to think differently. Doesn't mean you have to act differently. You can think differently and still choose the same course of action because it's the smartest one. But if you do it without thinking differently, not so good. Staff in good hands, probably not challenged as much as they should be. But it's a gut. I can't prove that.
Okay.
Kids, great hands. Nobody loves the kids more than Heidi does. I think we lose students.
You think we lose students? Okay.
I do.
Okay, so if Eric was the superintendent, would you be comfortable? What, or how comfortable?
My conscience, I'd have a hard time.
Because,
I just have a lot of trust issues with, and it was prior to even receiving the email. It was just even feelings I got in the first interview from some of the responses, and not that they weren't great responses. It just felt a little disingenuous, and I was not on board.
so you ranked him pretty low. Okay.
I would struggle with it. I think we're, maybe there's some really great long-term potential in it, maybe, but I think the risk is higher. I would struggle.
The risk of what?
That what if there is something, you know, and what if people can't get on board and it's an outsider, and that just the time that we lose.
We brought in lots of, Lane was an outsider,
Sure, oh, yeah, right, I'm saying with this particular, yeah, I mean,
so. I don't think that's a good excuse. If you're uncomfortable with him because of some of his answers, I understand, but bringing in an outsider, it should be the best candidate, inside or out, so.
oh, yeah, well, I think I can have my reasons.
Okay.
I think that, just when I contrast it, when I look at, again, I use mobilizing on purpose, because I think we have good people who are ready to do good things and need permission and direction, and I think we get there sooner.
Okay.
So that's my discomfort. When I say an outsider, I mean the time that it takes to build the trust. And even just this conversation, there's a risk that we run. The fact that we've deliberated this long, and if we go in that direction, there's a huge trust issue. There's a hill to climb now for a candidate when we've talked this much about trust, for good, bad, or otherwise.
Charles?
I would have to be able to go home and tell my 3 kids who was chosen. 2 of them, one for sure, will ask me why. And I would have to tell them that it wasn't necessarily something that I was on board with. And one of the things I'm working through significantly with my youngest right now is the aspect of trust and accountability. And it's something that I'm working through with all 3 of my kids, but something that's really important in my household. And it would be hard for me to share with them that we're bringing on a candidate that I don't trust, that I have significant questions on in terms of accountability.
Okay.
Yourself?
Well, I really like them both. Like I said, I want both of them. So, can we take a 5-minute break, please?
Sure.
Thank you. I need this. I drank 3 things of this. You can, did you unmute us? Okay. Anyway, I'm gonna say that I think both candidates are amazing. I have trust in both of them. I see 3 board members who don't have trust in one of them and would not be probably comfortable working with them is what would that be true? You would not be comfortable working with them?
Not immediately. I mean, again, trust is built. I'm not saying I would never, but to start
But you're
with.
not comfortable at all?
Well, in fairness, anybody that comes from outside would have to build trust.
Yeah.
I kind of challenge that notion.
Okay. But I'm feeling strong.
I guess, but I'm still an innocent until proven guilty guy, and I get a little
agree.
angst over the whole presumption of guilt in any environment, whether that's, never mind, enough said.
Okay. Okay. I mean, the idea of the two, Heidi and Eric working together, that would be, to me, a strong team, and we could be wrong on that. You know, we've all hired candidates that don't work out, that we think are gonna be great. We've all done that, I think, on both sides of the table. Yeah, for various reasons.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You both think Heidi is an amazing person and strong, and that she'll be able to manage this district. You're just concerned about her moving it forward.
I don't like the sentence again, I'm sorry. Semantics are important to me.
Okay.
It has nothing to do with her,
And okay,
right? Like I
Well, but
said,
it has to. She's the candidate.
yeah.
I get that. It has to do with the organization led by her and how that can move. I've said it, I don't know, I'm running out of ways to say it, right? All I can say is, it's my conviction that if our ultimate goal is to create a superior student experience, we have to do that through stretching. Eric talked a lot about stretch goals. Stretching is important, and in the public sector, stretch is not as emphasized necessarily as it is in the private sector. And it doesn't translate as well, and that's okay. I don't have as much experience in that world, right? But what I can tell you is, if we don't do something to project an image of new directions, new motion, new chemistry, whatever you want to characterize it as, those new schools that are starting up will still be there, and they'll gain students every time there's any little reason, where excitement draws people in, freshness draws people in. That's it. Has nothing to do with the people. It has to do with the community, and that's it. I'm done. I'm done talking about it from that perspective. That's where I sit.
And from your face, you don't agree with that?
I don't think freshness is all the draw. I think being genuine and asking people questions, and if there's a problem you can solve, you solve it and you build trust, and that, I don't think it's just the
Well, again, what I would
jazzy-
say is this. I don't disagree with that, but how I started the whole thing was by stipulating that in my mind, both had equal characteristics. One's a little stronger here, one's a little stronger there, but when you net it all out, they both get a 78 or whatever the score is. And in my mind, since that for me is a dead heat, the freshness wins. That's what I'm saying. That if I thought Heidi was an 88 and Eric was a 78, done. But I don't. I see them as equal. And so for me, the idea that we can project to the community, and again, I hate sports analogies because not everybody follows sports, but you don't, your head coach retires, usually you don't just, promote the whole coaching staff. You go out and you find a new head coach, and the head coach brings in their staff. We can't do that here, obviously. And sometimes they promote from within. The offensive coordinator becomes the coach. But the point is that a lot of times if you're not selling tickets and you're losing viewers or you're losing people in the seats, that change is what draws people back in. They want to come see what's different. And like I said, through no fault of her own, Heidi is part of an organization that is viewed as not changing. I'm not saying it's not. I'm saying it's perceived as that. Those are two different things.
I don't know. I believe the school district is viewed by a whole lot as top-notch. I'm one of those. My 3 kids are here, 8th grade, 6th grade, and 5th grade. I'm extremely pleased with how they're educated, and I'm very excited about their future here. Are we perfect? No, but I don't agree that a majority of people see us differently than that.
I moved back here to put my kid in the school here. I could have lived anywhere in the country that I wanted to, literally. I came back here to put Nick in this school system because I trust this school system. So please do not mistake my characterization of us as not moving down the path towards what I would like to see as an indictment of what we are. It's good. Stealing from Tom again. We can be great. I think Eric gives us the best chance of being great, period. Because he can draw in lost constituencies that have tuned out, that don't feel like you feel. I know you feel like that.
Yeah, I think
We all feel like that.
I think the term great is a bit subjective, at least in the way that we're throwing it around right now. Because what great is going to be to Sarah might be completely different in terms of how I see great.
Sure.
So I would hate for us just to camp out on that, because I'm sure Eric could get us to a great spot, but what does that mean? How do we unpack that? But I'm equally as confident, if not more confident, that Heidi can get us to good to great as well.
Can I throw a log on the fire?
Please.
You know, one thing we didn't talk about is the curriculum, and that's something that Eric, of course, has in-depth knowledge on. And I think that's a critical component to, you know, with where we want to go. We're blessed to have Mr. Murtha here. I'm not saying it just because he's here, but we're blessed to have him here. But I think, again, having that knowledge is very valuable. And then the last thing I'm going to say is, you know, and again, Heidi has the charisma that, you know, she's a magnet to the kids. She's got that kind of a personality, who doesn't want to be around her. The same with staff. But this is not, it's not about making friends. It's not about, who I want to hang out with. And this is about our students, it's about our staff, and it's about our community. And I know I've been vocal about this before. Every time when I hear, well, it's all about the students, I say, no, it isn't. They are critical. They are why we are here. But it's also about our staff and our parents and our community. And that's why when I look at, if we don't want to use transformation, if we don't want to use the term great anymore, put all that aside. I want to see us do this, and I believe we've got that opportunity to do it, if done right. I think if we continue down the same path, we will continue with financial struggles for many years, because I don't believe that we're going to have the community behind us. If we continue down the same path, I believe the other schools that are out there, including the Catholic schools, which I'm a member of, they're going to continue to grow and continue to pull kids. And we're going to be faced with decisions on what elementary school do we need to consider closing down. We got to get out of our own way. That's the beauty of the private schools. They can move on things, and we've got all this regulations. We've got it, so we've got to get all these roadblocks out of our way the best that we can. And that's where I think that strong leadership, that uniqueness to be able to move us. And from a standpoint and timing, I've seen great leaders come in and do amazing things in 90 days. I loved what Eric said, that I want to get at it 2 months earlier. The clock's already ticking. The clock's already ticking today where we are, but tomorrow we're going to do the same thing. We come back on Tuesday, we're going to do the same thing. So, I just forget about my words that I talk about good to great and transformation. I have this vision. I can see what it looks like. Am I comfortable with Heidi? Yeah, we're not going to go backwards. I'll support her. Are we missing out on what I believe an opportunity? Yes. Is there risk? Yep, there's risk in hiring either one of them. Is there a calculated risk? Anybody's guess. Do I trust Eric just as much as I do Heidi? Yep. He's given me no reason not to. Zero. Zero reason. And like Kevin, I'm going to trust you until you prove differently too, because he's given me no reason. And he was in the hot seat and was very vocal about, and I would do it again because I'm going to help other districts too if that's what I need to do. And because of that, has lost the respect or the trust, and maybe not the respect, but the trust of 3 individuals here of helping other districts. And like he was very bold to say, if I'm here and we're doing some amazing things and Pillager wants to know, what are you doing? He's going to share that with them. I think that's beautiful. I think that's great. So
why, if you have that trust, which is okay, the question that looms for me is then why was the individual either let go or asked to resign?
for me, I thought it was pretty clear. It was in his contract that allowed him to do the consulting work with other districts, and he did. Why would 2 Minnetonka board chairs write a letter of recommendation? Why would he be there? So you get to a different setting, and he's helping with other districts that could potentially reverse and start pulling kids from Minnetonka. And so if he was here and we're doing these wonderful things and we got our students back and he's helping with Pillager.
It's an honest question that I have. I'm not being snarky or trying to corner anybody, but it's a legitimate question I have, is I'm not understanding why he was let go. Or asked to resign or whatever happened in the closed meeting.
You just think there's more to it
I
than
don't
what he
know.
shared.
That's the
Well,
issue.
I mean, there's no way to know, right?
Yeah.
But there's inferences that can be drawn, and you can take them whichever direction you want. Tom makes a great point. In our packet, there are 2 letters of recommendation from the board that accepted his resignation in a closed session. We have anecdotal evidence. I have some slight personal interaction, and we have, for what it's worth, Bob's coloration of Dr. Peterson in Minnetonka, and then Eric's additional sort of testimony along those lines, which basically says, this guy and I didn't see eye to eye. He didn't like what I was doing. He's bigger and stronger than I am. I lost. I think it's that simple for me.
So you talked to the superintendent?
In as much as he was sharing anything, he was basically just said, I can neither confirm or deny. I can give you the exact words. Hold on a second.
Well, Kevin's looking that up just for reference too. These references were written when he went for the Edina superintendent position. So before he was let go.
Yeah.
So they were in his possession.
Yeah.
So they could have changed, but they were his references and he had them.
Well, I don't think
Would they write the same reference after the situation is all
Well,
I'm
perhaps
saying.
we should check those references out, but I wouldn't think he'd put them in there if he felt that they had changed, but I don't know.
Well,
if
they were letters. The
Huh?
letters that were included, and it says right in here, this letter was written in 2019 and was part of a previous application.
Right.
So,
Oh, that's fair.
Both of them from the school board members were?
yeah.
School board chairs, yeah.
I know you are in a very serious decision-making process for the district, and I want to be as helpful as possible. I'm not fully clear on the individual you note, meaning that I told him we received an email from someone that indicated that he would be interested in speaking with us about Mr. Schneider's tenure there. So I cannot confirm or deny what's been articulated to you, which is fair. There are legal ways for you to obtain records in Minnesota, which Mr. Schneider also referred to. Here's what I can tell
you.
you.
Did we obtain that?
No, not at this point. It was right then, not enough time has elapsed, I don't think. Mr. Schneider resigned from the Minnetonka School District effective August 21st, 2019, and the following statement is included with that decision. Minnetonka appreciates the innovative leadership that Mr. Schneider brought to the district during his 8-year tenure, and we wish him well in his future endeavors. I'm sorry that I cannot be more detailed. Good luck in your search. That doesn't increase my trust in Eric, but I'm sorry, it doesn't dent it for me.
question though. And you're right, there are times, I get it, I mean, I understand these situations where it can be negotiated in a way that neither party can talk about it. I also know that I've let people go, and when I use that language with somebody, there's usually reason that I use that language, that here's what I can tell you. I'm not saying that's always, but again, so that's then from my perception where I struggle with that.
Questions have been raised about at least 5 of us.
Maybe, but,
Well, it's a little different.
Is it?
yeah,
If somebody's ego is involved and you've got a situation where you're in an alpha on alpha fight, I submit to you that there is no difference. I've suffered from that a lot in my career.
We're talking about a formal situation that played out, not just people being frustrated with us and emailing us that they are mad at us.
I just, the struggle is, and I'm doing my best to get off of it, my position, is how do I respond, to the students, not just my kids, how do I respond to the individuals that are gonna walk up to me tomorrow and say, why'd you go with that person if you don't trust them?
Charles,
There's a question.
I can't help you. If you don't trust them, I would not vote for them. There's my advice to you, if you don't trust them. Because you can't, you're not gonna lie. If you don't trust them, you don't
that's
trust
what I
them.
meant.
It's unfortunate that there's 3 on here that don't trust them. And I don't see that at all. I trust him 100%. He's given me no reason. And the fact that he did such wonderful things that perhaps someone else didn't really like or appreciate that, and eventually where he resigned, that to me it has nothing to do with trust. Absolutely nothing to do with trust. But if you don't trust them.
And for me, I'm rarely emotional, but the subject matter at hand here is very emotional to me. And it's this whole presumption of guilt thing drives me insane. At every
I don't
level.
think we have enough information to even say he's guilty. It's
But
just,
fine.
there's enough of a question there.
It amounts to the same thing.
Yeah.
I see them as synonymous with each other. How can you have a lack of trust unless you think he's guilty? Or, there's a little bit of a question there.
Or I don't, for myself, I don't know.
Right, but if you were on a jury and somebody tried to bring that up in court, it wouldn't even be allowed to be mentioned.
Maybe, I don't know.
I promise you it wouldn't. I've been on a jury. It's hearsay.
Whatever you
It's
wanna
not-
call it, lack of trust, questions, being uncomfortable, I guess.
Okay, so I'm at this point, it's late. I see 3 board members that have a lack of trust. I have trust in both of these. I would love to see Eric join our group, but I will vote for Heidi because I love her too, and I think she'll do a great job. So I will change my vote.
Do we call for a vote then?
Yep. Do we need to do it out loud then?
Pardon?
Out loud? We should each vote.
We need to.
Someone needs to make a motion.
Yeah, you need to make a motion.
Okay.
And what we recommend is a motion to enter into contract negotiations with.
Okay.
I move to enter into contracts with Heidi Hahn for the ISD 181 superintendent.
A second.
Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-2 to enter into contract negotiations with Heidi Hahn.
Typically, what we do at this point, all 3 finalists expect a phone call. And told them, have no idea what time it'd be. And it's late, but typically, and it's totally up to you what you want to do as a board, but typically we contact the Heidi, and then we'll just get her on the phone and hand the phone to you, Ruth, as board chair, to let her know what the board's decision has been, if that's what you want to do.
Well, I'm guessing it's kind of late to call her at this point.
I would imagine she's one of our
And we're
watchers.
gonna call all 3 of them,
Okay.
if you don't.
Okay, then I will
It
call
needs to
her.
happen tonight. They expect it, they know it,
absolutely.
they,
Okay.
yeah. So,
So, do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
First from Director Spear, second from Director Lance. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign, motion carries. We'll talk